One moment again. One moment again. Turn that light. I forgot I left it on. That glare from me in the back. Let me get to turn it up. There you go. See me a little clearly. Once again, all praises to the Heavenly Father, Anoki said, who is loving kindness. I'm coming in the name, being in the authority of Yahweh. Much as they priesthood. Yesterday, I told you about the term garrison. And I told you that King David, in the early reign of King David, he had garrison. So today I'm going to show you through etymology what a garrison is. In the meantime, Most High gave me more information to share with you from his own mouth, the scriptures, the word. That's why I put the title, The Former and Latter Day Reign through the Davidic priesthood bloodline for the children of Israel. I'm going to show you how David reigned, King David, our bloodline ancestor. And how ultimately this kingdom that's here now is going to ultimately look like through the scriptures. There's going to be some scriptures going to be talking about how we're going to receive our wealth, and I already showed you that through this. They even told you from the lowest to the highest, not in their system, but their system is going to be restructured. To our system. It's going to talk about going to be wealth brought in, but not in banks. Basically what he's saying, not in the way they conduct business. In our private accounts in the treasury. That they can only touch it to benefit us. They can't touch it to do benefit themselves. They can't steal from us. They can't steal from me. Told you what that means already. Let's go over a couple of scriptures. Then we'll just get started. Revelation chapter 7, Amplified, an interlude. After this, I saw 4 angels stationed at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 corners, holding back the 4 winds of the earth. Just getting prepared to go back into this sealed portion, chapter 32. Holding back the 4 winds of the earth so that no wind would blow on the earth or on the sea or on any tree. Then I saw another angel coming up from the rising sun of the sun. Where's that? The west. Holding the seal of the living God. What's that? The sealed portion. The rod of iron. Ruling with the rod of iron. And with a loud voice, he called out to the four angels, to whom it was granted to have authority and power to harm the earth and the sea, saying, do not harm the earth, nor the sea, nor the trees till we seal, meaning mark, the bondservants of our God on their foreheads. The 144,000 who no longer are servants but sons. No longer slaves but free. Not only free but sovereigns. Melchizedek priests. And heard how many were sealed. 144,000, 12,000 sealed from every tribe of the sons of Israel. 12,000 were sealed from the tribe of Judah. 12,000 from the tribe of Reuben. 12,000 from the tribe of Gad. 12,000 from the tribe of Asher. 12,000 from the tribe of Naphtali. 12,000 from the tribe of Manasseh. 12,000 from the tribe of Simeon. 12,000 from the tribe of Levi. 12,000 from the tribe of Issachar. 12,000 from the tribe of Zebulun. 12,000 from the tribe of Joseph. 12,000 from the tribe of Benjamin were sealed, marked, redeemed, protected. A multitude from the tribulation. After these things I looked, and this is what I saw. A vast multitude which no one could count, gathered from every nation, from under all the tribes of the people of Israel, from all the tribes of the people and languages of the earth, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, Messiah, dressed in white robes, with palm branches in their hands. In a loud voice they cried out, saying, salvation belongs to our God, who is seated on the throne. And to the Lamb, our salvation is the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost to give. And to God, it says the Trinity in this verse. But that's what we're talking about, the administration of the Godhead. We owe our deliverance. And all the angels were standing around the throne and around the 24 elders. $12,000 from the northern kingdom, southern kingdom, and 12, talking about that was actually with the Messiah. And the 12,000 from the northern kingdom, 24 elders, Melchizedek priests. And the four living creatures. And they fell on their face before the throne and worship God, saying, Amen. Blessing and glory and majesty and wisdom and thanksgiving and honor and power and might belong to our God forever and ever. Amen. Then one of the elders responded, saying to me, these who are dressed in the long white robes, who are they? From where did they come? I said unto him, my kinsman redeemer, you know the answer. And he said unto me, these are the people who came out of great tribulation, persecution. They have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb because of his anointing sacrifice, atoning sacrifice. For this reason, they are standing before the throne of God, and they serve him and worship day and night in his temple. He who sits on the throne will spread his tabernacle over them and shelter and protect them with his presence. They will hunger no more, nor thirst anymore, nor will the sun beat down on them, nor any scorching heat. For the Lamb who is the center of the throne will be their shepherd. He will guide them to the springs of the waters of life. And God will wipe every tear from their eyes, give them eternal comfort. Seal portion, chapter 32, verse 61 on to about 65. Now, this is the thing that John meant when he wrote, saying, his eyes was a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a snare written upon his forehead that no man knew but he himself. And John wrote also concerning those who followed the example of the Messiah and had his name or the name of the Father, it is the same, written in their foreheads. And he wrote, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having the name of his Father written in their foreheads. And there shall be no more curse. But the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him. And they shall see his face. His name shall be in their foreheads. And now to those who do not have the mark of the Lamb in their foreheads, even the majority of you in the latter days. That's why I said the Esau's kingdom was made for many, but Jacob's is made for few. There should be many, and there should be no more curse. But the throne of God and the Lamb shall be in it, and the servants shall serve him. They shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And now to those who do not have the mark of the Lamb in their forehead, even the majority of you in the latter days, more especially those of you in the eighth kingdom that has risen out of the seventh, John also gives you warning, saying, it was commanded them that they should not hurt the grass of the earth, neither any green thing, neither any tree, but only those men which have not the seal of God in their foreheads. See, these other ones were sealed later, after the Great Tribulation. And we already been going through Great Tribulation. That's why I told you Sion is not going back into captivity. But the way you can get out of tribulation that's coming on this earth now is to be righteous, repent. The tribulation that's coming is for Esau and the wicked. You already been through tribulation. Why would you want to go through some more? Just be obedient to God. And come back to him so he can return unto you. Joel, chapter 2, the Message, MSG. The locust army. Blow the ram's horn, trumpet in Sion. Trumpet the alarm on my holy mountain. Shake the country up. God's judgment is on his way. The day is almost here. A black day, a doomsday. Clouds with no silver lining, like dawn light moving over the mountains. A huge army is coming. There's never been anything like it. Seal portion chapter 70, verse 67 to our stop. Therefore, these things are set to come to pass in hope that the children of men might once again turn to God, who created them, and who created all things upon the earth. For it is by these things that their destruction shall come during the last days. But Yahweh shall not destroy the earth until the righteous have been given a chance to repent of their sins and turn their thoughts towards God. In other words, Yahweh shall command that hurt not the earth, neither the sea nor the trees, until we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads. And at this time, the fullness of the gospel shall once more be given to the world, starting with the last of the holy prophets of the times. And then with the first and the last of these two prophets, who shall come forth in the latter days during the half of time, as I've already explained unto you. And there shall be many who shall receive the mark of the Father in their foreheads, begin to bring forth righteous works upon the earth. Nevertheless, their number shall be few in comparison with the rest of those who reside in the world. For at that time, the world shall be filled with many people, even upon all the continents of the earth. Shall there be many nations and kindreds and people and tongues. There shall be many from among all these nations and kindreds and peoples and tongues who shall wash themselves clean, who have forsaken the great beast, which shall arise up among them. And there shall be those who, although they are forced to receive the mark of the beast in their right hand, nevertheless, they are marked with the seal of God in their foreheads. Once all the righteous have been marked in the forehead, then shall the seventh seal once come to pass. We're in the seventh seal. We've been there for a minute. I'm going to use the term a minute now. And after the seventh seal is opened, even at the beginning of the 7,000 years, pertaining to the history of the children of God upon this earth, then shall there come up upon the earth that which has never before been experienced by the children of men. For Satan shall rise up with his means and control the hearts of those who have received his mark in their right hand and their forehead, with the power that Satan has given unto them by the means of those miracles which he performed before them, even the great scientific knowledge and technology. As it has been given in the latter days, he shall call forth his armies and his navies, and all the means of the force that he controlled. It shall make one last stand against all righteousness before the great and dreadful day of Yahweh cometh. Yet he shall come forth and begin to destroy all the inhabitants of the earth, even all those who do not have the mark of the Lamb in their foreheads. And after the seventh seal is opened, he shall wage war unlike any war that has ever been experienced among the children of men since the beginning. First of all, it's called gang stalking. And ultimately, the armies and navies with the nuclear powers. And after the seventh seal is opened, he shall wage war unlike any war that has ever been experienced among the children of men since the beginning. And for 5 months, he shall wage this battle and destroy much of the earth, even a third of all the earth, with the great power that has been given unto men. And then cometh Yahweh in his glory, with his angels, with the angels of God. And they shall destroy all those who destroy and kill the children of men by the power of Satan. And his power shall be the power of the Father. It's the Father's word, which will be far greater than any power that has been given unto the children of men by Satan. And these are the things that John was forbidden to write, which were the triumphs of that sounded long and loud. Even all things should be accomplished by Yahweh unto the end of the 7,000 years, or the end of time. The locust army. Joel chapter 2. The Message, MSG. Blow the ram's horn trumpet in Zion. Trumpet the alarm on my holy mountain. Shake the country up. God's judgment is on his way. The day is almost here. A black day. A doomsday. Clouds with no silver lining. Like dawn light moving over the mountains. A huge army is coming. There's never been anything like it, and never will be again. Wildfire burns everything from before his army. A fire licks up everything in his wake. Before the rise, the country is like the Garden of Eden. When it leaves, it's a death valley. Nothing escapes unscathed. See, we are back in the Garden of Eden. But the wicked gonna face this vengeance. The elected obtain, the rest were blinded. The locust army seems all horses, galloping horses, an army of horses. Sounds like thunder leaping on mountain ridges. Or like the roar of wildfire through grass and brush. Or like an invincible army shouting for blood, ready to fight. Straining at the bit. At the sight of this army, the people panic, faces white with terror. The invaders charge. They climb the barricade. Nothing stops them. Each soldier does what he's told. So disciplined, so determined. They don't get in each other's way. Each one knows his job and does it, undaunted and fearless, unswerving, unstoppable. They storm the city, swarm at its defenses, loot the houses, break down doors, smashing windows. They arrive like an earthquake, sweeping through like a tornado. Sun and moon turn out their lights. Stars black out. God himself bellows in thunder as he commands his forces. Look at the size of that arm, the strength of those who obey him. God's judgment day, great and terrible. Who can possibly survive this? Change your life. But there's also this. It's not too late. God's personal message. Come back to me. And really mean it. Come fast, weeping, sorry for your sins. Change your life, not just your clothes. Come back to God, your God. And here's why. God is kind and merciful. He takes a deep breath, puts up with a lot. This is the most patient God, extravagant in love. Always ready to cancel catastrophe. Who knows? Maybe he'll do it now. Maybe he'll turn around and show pity. Maybe. When all is said and done. There'll be blessings full and robust for your God. Blow the ram's horn in Zion. Declare a day of repentance, a holy fast day. Call a public meeting. Get everyone there. Consecrate the congregation. Make sure the elders come. But bring the children too, even the nursing babies, even men and women on their honeymoon. Interrupt them and get them there, between sanctuary entrance and altar. Let the priests, God's servants, weep tears of repentance. Let them intercede. Have mercy, God, on your people. Don't abandon your heritage to contempt. Don't let the pagans take over and rule them and sneer. So where is this God of theirs? At that, God went into action to get his land back. He took pity on his people. God answered and spoke to his people. Look, listen, I'm sending a gift. Grain, wine, and oil. The fast is over. Eat your fill. I won't expose you any longer to contempt among the pagans. I'll head off the final enemy coming out of the north and dump them in the wasteland. Half of them will end up dead in the Dead Sea. The other half in the Mediterranean, where they'll rot, a stench to high heaven. The bigger enemy, the stronger the stench. The trees are bearing fruit again. Fear not, earth. Be glad and celebrate. God has done great things. Fear not, wild animals. The fields and meadows are greening up. The trees are bearing fruit again. A bumper crop of fig trees and vines. Children of Zion, celebrate. Be glad in your God. He's giving you a teacher to train you how to live right. Teaching like rain out of heaven. Showers of words to refresh and nourish your soul, just as he used to do. A plenty of food for your bodies. Silos full of grain. Gacks of wine and barrels of olive oil. I'll make up for the years of the locust. The great locust devastation. Locust savage, locust deadly, fierce locust of doom. That great locust invasion I sent your way. You'll eat your fill of good food. You'll be full of praises to your God. The God who has set you back on your heel and wonder. Never again will my people be despised. You'll know without question that I'm in the thick of life with Israel. Joel 2:27. And you should know that I'm in the midst of Israel, that I'm Yahweh your God and none else. And my people should never be ashamed. The sun turning black and the moon blood red. That's just the beginning. After that, I will pour out my Holy Spirit on every kind of people. Your sons will prophesy. Also your daughters. That word don't mean every kind of people, the same people. The different tribes. Your old men will dream dreams. Your old man will dream. Your young man will see visions. I even pour out my Holy Spirit on servants, men and women both. I'll set wonders in the sky above and signs on the earth below. Blood and fire and billowing smoke, the sun turning black and the moon blood red before the judgment day of God. The day tremendous and awesome. Whoever calls help God gets help. On Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, there will be a great rescue, just as God said. Included in the survivors are those that God calls. I'm going to read the whole Proverbs chapter 13. Contrast the upright and the wicked. A wise son heeds and accepts the result of his father's discipline and instruction. But a scoffer does not listen to reprimand or does not learn from his errors. From the fruit of his mouth, a wise man enjoys good. The desires of the treacherous is for violence. The one who guards his mouth, thinking before he speaks, protects his life. The one who opens his lips wide and chatters without thinking comes to ruin. The sole appetite of the lazy person craves and gets nothing. For lethargy comes ambition, overcomes ambition. But the sole appetite of the diligent who works willingly is rich and abundantly supplied. A righteous man hates lies, but a wicked man loathsome, and he acts shamefully. Righteousness, being in right standing with God, guards the one whose way is blameless. But wickedness undermines and overthrows the sinner. There is one who pretends to be rich, yet has nothing at all. Another pretends to be poor, yet has great wealth. The ransom for a man's life is his wealth. But the poor man does not even have to listen to a rebuke or threats from the envious. The light of the righteous within him grows brighter and rejoices. But the lamp of the wicked is a temporary light and goes out. Through pride and presumption comes nothing but strife. But skillful and godly wisdom is with those who welcome well-advised counsel. Wealth obtained by fraud dwindles, but he who gathers gradually by honest labor will increase his riches. Hope deferred makes the heart sick. When desire is fulfilled, it is a tree of life. Psalm 37, 4-9. Delight yourself in Yahweh, and he will give you desires and petitions of your heart. Commit your way to Yahweh, trust in him also, and he will do it. He'll make your righteousness, your pursuit, and right standing with God like the light, and your judgment like the shining of the noonday sun. Be still before Yahweh, wait patiently for him, and trust yourself to him. Do not fret, whine, or agonize because of him who prospers in his way. Because of the man who carries out wicked schemes, cease from anger and abandon wrath. Do not fret. It leads only to evil. For those who do evil will be cut off. For those who wait for Yahweh, they will inherit the land. See Isaiah 57:13. Verse 13. Whoever despises the word and counsel of God brings destruction upon himself. He who has reverently fears and respects the commandment of God will be rewarded. The teaching of the wise is the foundation and the source of life, so that one may avoid the snares of death. Good understanding wins favor from others, but the way of the unfaithful is hard like barren, dry soil. Every prudent and self-disciplined man acts with knowledge, but a closed-minded fool. See, that's why I told you I'm only doing stuff based on knowledge. And I can't give myself the glory for it because I didn't have it. Most High found fit to give it to me and make the enemy give it to me too. Every prudent and self-disciplined man acts with knowledge, but a closed-minded fool who refuses to learn displays his foolishness for all to see. See, it's how they play games. Don't matter, because I'm not acting foolish. I'm acting with wisdom. Oh, that's my daughter. Now, see what they do is, I'm not sure if she's with him or not. But what they'll do is they'll hold messages, and for certain times like this, they'll see that's the part of the witchcraft they play. They'll send messages, try to make him seem like. See, they try to put. See, I'm gonna prove it on this message today. That's the wicked. I ain't saying my daughter wicked, but they do things like that. Well, guess what? I'm finna show you what Most High gonna do to them through me. Because the way the message said, remember I told you they had made my private automobile. They had did something to the battery. I had a thought this morning where what they probably did was they went in there and took the cables off my battery. That's a thought came. And then since I couldn't open the car and stuff and get it started. I don't know what happened, but that's what thought came to me this morning. But she was talking about, do you still need that battery? Yes, anything. I mean, that a battery jumper. But more likely it's just them doing what they do, wickedness. A wicked messenger falls into hardship. You better be careful you sending messages from the devil. But a faithful ambassador brings healing. That's why I'm healing the nations. Through his word, his instruction. Poverty and shame will come to him who refuses instruction and discipline. But he who accepts and learns from reproof or censure is honored. Desire realized is sweet to the soul, but it is detestable to fools to turn away from evil, which they have planned. See, I don't have to worry about their foolishness. I just got to read the word. The word exposes them. If you have ever watched that movie, Get Rich and Die Trying, this is just for example. Remember when 50 Cent was rapping and then they had the two managers or somebody talking? And the backup came when 50 started saying, I ain't signing that contract. I ain't doing this. This is like the word of God. I ain't saying 50 cents here, but it's just an example. I tell you something, you bring some food and the most I say, tell him they desire. Tell him I'm going to do this to them. Tell him this. Better stop playing. Desire realized is sweet to the soul, but it's detestable to fools to turn away from evil, which they have planned. He who walks as a companion with wise men will be wise. But the companions of conceited, dull-witted fools are fools themselves and will experience harm. So you can't hurt me. When every foolish way you plan is coming back to you, and you're gonna be home. He already told you. Hurt not the anointing, the elect. Only hurt those men who have not the mark of the lamb, and therefore hurt those who have the mark of the beast. Adversity pursues sinners, but the consistently upright will be rewarded with prosperity. So that's my daughter. So she's gonna bring my battery jumper today. And she was asking for the TV. I'm not giving no devil permission to take anything from me. I'm not giving her permission to take my TV or my services either, because that's how they get down. They send deceptive messages to try to get you to agree with it, and then they say, well, you agree to it. No, I'm telling you exactly what I mean. Don't bother anything. It's mine. I'm going to give my daughter the TV I promised to give her because I'm happy to do it for her. Because I love her. Just like I love all my children. But I don't play games with the devil. I ain't got to. And then I told her to bring AAA so they can get my car back running, my private automobile running back right. And it's always good to have that battery jumper anyway. That's on the record. And an ornament from the throne of David. Never getting permission to harm me or anything that's mine. It's like when I told you my hair done, they sent a message. I don't know if that was her or them. Talking about getting my locks done. I meant my hair. See, that's how they play. They have evil intentions, but they stuff like locks, and you think in your hair, they be talking about something else. No, I'm only talking about what I'm talking about. Good faith service. That's all I request. No bad faith actions. I don't accept that. I cancel that based on the truth. Told you, Most High has good thoughts towards me to bring me to an expected end, which is not going to end, going to continue forever. Blessed. Abundant food is in the fallow, uncultivated ground of the poor. Without protection, it is swept away by justice. Injustice, like it. But we protected. We just found it. He said, the ones that steal, we're protected. And who withholds the rod of discipline hates his son. Who loves him, disciplines and trains him diligently and appropriately with wisdom and love. The consistently righteous has enough. Most High told you there's more than enough to satisfy his appetite. But the stomach of the wicked is in need of bread. He told you, my people going to eat. My people going to drink. Your people going to be starving. Your people going to be thirsty. Why? I'm going to prove to you today, again, because the great river Euphrates is in our territory. It's our inheritance. That's why we always got enough. Representing the economy. Don't play. See, I'm putting this on the record. I don't have to keep saying these things. Because the devil's still throwing fiery darts, but all I'm doing is doing like this with him because I got the truth on my side. That you don't admit it to all the wrongdoing, you still trying to do wrong because you're a devil. The Most High told me this. Therefore, you can never do anything harmful to me again. Because his knowledge is my shield and buckler. It's yours too, if you're in Zion. If you're in the Messiah. The truth. I'm just telling you how they operate, so if they ever try that with you, you know what you just got to let it be known what you mean. That's how the devil play games. Luke 10:19, listen carefully. I give you authority that you now possess to tread on serpents and scorpions. And the ability to exercise authority over all the power of the enemy, Satan. Nothing will in any way harm you. See, guess what? I was looking outside this morning. They always show you things where they be plotting. And guess what they did? They had somebody with a candle at their window. What that means? They trying to turn my lights and stuff off. That's what all this plots. See, every day come on a new plot, I'm exposing it because I can see it. I rebuke that. You can't touch nothing, mine, based on the truth. If you do, you're in violation. So that's what they do. They plot and scheme because they plot to do that to my. Remember, I told you they plot to do that to my private automobile. They showed it through their street theater. But I'm telling you right now, to the powers that I have power over, make sure they don't do it no more. Most High told you they can't do that. Not to me. Make sure that you don't allow them to do it. Look, Luke 10 and 19, listen carefully. I've given you authority that you now possess. To tread on serpents and scorpions and the ability to exercise authority over all the power of the enemy, Satan. Nothing will in any way harm you. See, that's the word of God. You can't go against that. Therefore, I command you in righteousness. Stop your plotting and scheming and stop trying to take away my rights. Stop trying to take away things that belong to me and give it everything back. That's why he said he's going to cause the locusts to restore everything back. He did. Therefore, you can't keep trying to take stuff from me. My daughter come to take me, go get my hair done, to get it retwisted or whatever, that don't mean twist me. Stop playing your word games and your wickedness. Go play with those who agreed to be in your kingdom. That's who you have ability to do that to. I'm not in your kingdom. He just told you I got a power over you. Isaiah 23 and 18, but everything she gets, all the money she takes in, be turned over to God. It will not be put in banks. What does that mean? It's going to be put in their banks for them to take. That's why they were scheming to try to get everything converted to credit so they can steal your money. That's what that Roman Catholic Pope told you by necessity. So they don't let them do it to you. God said they're not going to do it to you. That's why he said it will not be put in their banks. It's going to be put in his treasury for you. That even you can go to their banks and get it. Her profits will be put to use of God, aware God serving people, providing plenty of food and the best of clothing. I'm sitting there looking like I'm a king and I'm living beneath my means. I'm really the one supposed to be dressing like IUIC. I'm the actual king. But I have a more humble spirit than that. I don't have to show it to be it. I just be it, and it shows. I'm not gonna miss out on nothing. Why? Because I ain't got to fight for it. It's already mine. Most High word is spoken. Proverbs 13:22 Amplified. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the hands of the righteous. See? He says Satan's mark was in their hands, which is the mark of the beast, which included their money. But now even their money been converted to articles of gold and silver, backed by gold and silver. In my hand, the righteous. So the same money that's in their hand is wicked, in my hand is righteous. Because they stored it up for me. A good man leaves an inheritance for his children, and I'm not part of them. This is the point. This is the work of the Father. But I'm leaving this good money for my children and my grandchildren. And their grandchildren. On down, because we're going to be here for a long time, forever. If they do what I instruct them to do by the word of God. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the hands of the righteous. Thank you, Father. See, everything I'm saying is backed by the word of God. It's sealed. Therefore, Satan cannot play games with me. Nor mine. As long as they do what I tell them to do based on the word. Isaiah chapter 60, the message, MSG, people returning for the reunion. Told you in the book of Remembrance, this is the 1,000 years of family reunion. Reign of the Messiah. Family. Get out of bed, Jerusalem. Wake up. Put your face in the sunlight. God's bright glory is risen for you. The whole earth is wrapped in darkness. All people sunk in deep darkness. But God rises on you. His sunrise glory breaks over you. Nations will come to your light. What is that? Adam told us that those nations was his posterity. The righteous. He sent Cain and his posterity away from him. They didn't get this life. Nations will come to your light. Kings to your sunburst brightness. Look up, look around. Watch as they gather, watch as they approach you. Your sons coming from great distances. Your daughters carried by their nannies. When you see them coming, you'll smile, big smiles. Your heart will swell and, yes, burst. All those people returning by sea for the reunion. A rich harvest of exiles gathered in from the nations. And then streams of camel caravans as far as the eye can see. Young camels of nomads in Midian and Ephah, pouring in from the south from Sheba, loaded with gold and frankincense, preaching the praises of God. Yes, a great roundup of flocks from the nomads in Kedar and Nebaioth. Welcome gifts for worship at my altar as I bathe my glorious temple in splendor. What that we see in the distance? What that we see in the distance? What's that we see in the distance? A cloud on the horizon like doves darkening the sky. It's ships from the distant islands, the famous Tarshish ships, returning your children from faraway places, loaded with riches and with silver and gold, and backed by the name of God. See, he said, this money that I'm getting that you're giving me is backed by him, his name, his authority. See, it's not coming from you, so stop playing with me. Get my money. Hey, when my daughter came at first, she said, bring some of my money too. I'm going to give her some too, just for coming. Loaded with riches and with silver and gold. She says she's coming today. I expect to see her. And backed by the name of your God, the Holy One of Israel, showing you with splendor, showering you with splendor. He making it rain on us. And not no water bottles that you carry around with evil intention. This is that rain, he said, with gold and silver. Articles of backwood gold and silver. Send my money. Foreigners will rebuild your walls, and their kings assist you in the conduct of worship. When I was angry, I hit you hard. It's my desire now to be tender. Your Jerusalem gates will always be open. Open house day and night. Receiving deliveries of wealth from all nations. Send my money. I almost want to say something else to you, but I'm trying to be disciplined and not say that. But send my money. And their kings, the delivery boys. Open house day and night, receiving the deliveries of wealth from all nations, and their kings, the delivery boys. Any nation or kingdom that does not deliver will perish. Those nations will be totally wasted. The rich woods of Lebanon will be delivered. All that cypress and oak and pine to give a splendid elegance to my sanctuary as I make my footstool glorious. The descendants of your oppressor will come bowing and scraping to you. All who look down at you in contempt will lick your boots. I gotta get some boots. They'll confer a title on you, city of God. Sign of the Holy One of Israel. It told you that in the Doctrine and Covenants. Then he also said, on my land, put in my name. And then I'm going to give you since the land going to be so big, you're going to be able to house the righteous. If you continue in righteousness, I'm going to give you a bill of everlasting deed for the house that you put on the land. But if you choose to get wicked, then you have to get one of them houses that can be delivered to another land, because you ain't going to be able to stay there. But I ain't going to be able to take your house. That's yours. Not long ago, you were despised, refused, out of the way, and unvisited, and ignored. But now I've put on your feet, towering and grand forever, a joy to look at. When you suck the milk of nations in the breast of royalty, you'll know that I, God, am your Savior, your kinsman redeemer, champion of Jacob. I'll give you only the best, no more hand-me-downs. Gold instead of bronze, silver instead of iron. See, that church, that wicked church, because I have some silver. He said, you got to upgrade that. Don't bring me that gold. But I'm going to keep the silver too. But he said, silver instead of iron. Bronze instead of wood, iron instead of stones. I'll install peace to run your country. Make righteousness your boss. There'll be no more stories of crime in your land. No more robberies, no more vandalism. You'll name your street Salvation Way. Install Praise Park at the center of town. Yeah, I need that on the land too. At the center. You have no more need of the sun by day, nor the brightness of moon at night. He's not saying he's gonna get rid of the sun and the moon. He's just saying he's the light. God will be your eternal light. Your God will bathe you in splendor. Your sun will never go down. S-U-N, the light. Your moon will never fade, even at night. Because there'll be no night then. It's all knowledge. I'll be your eternal light. Your days of grieving are over. All your people will live right and well, in permanent possession of the land. There, the green shoot that I planted with my own hands to display my glory. The runt will become a great tribe. Who is the runt? The weakling become a strong nation. I am God. At the right time, I will make it happen. It's already happening to happen. See, Most High's word is spoken. I'm not sitting around and worried about what you're doing and plotting and scheming. You just plotting on yourself. I read it to you. Isaiah 60:5, Amplified. Then you will see and be radiant. Your heart will tremble with joy and rejoice, because the abundant wealth of the seas will be brought to you. The wealth of the nations will come to you. Come to me. The reign of King David. Second Samuel 8:14. David set up a puppet government in Eden. Let's see what a puppet government looks like. The King David set up. That's the same thing we're doing here. A puppet is a noun. 1530s, doll or little figure of a person moved by strings or wires. Later applied to puppets in glove form. Later form of Middle English poppet, a doll. Century 1300, compare poppet. Old French poppet, little doll, puppet. Diminutive of a popey. Doll, puppet. Sounds like a pope to me. They had to confess by necessity. From vulgar Latin puppa, from Latin puppa, girl, doll, pupil. The metaphoric extension of one acted by the will of another, actuated by the will of another. One whose actions are manipulated by another. It's quoted from 1540s as puppet show. Dramatic performance with puppets. Sounds like street theater. It's tested from 1650s earlier puppet play. Puppet government. One managed by the will of another power. It's text from 1884 in reference to Egypt. Puppet master, manager of a puppet show by 1630s. Poppet is a noun. Small human figure used in witchcraft and sorcery. So y'all doing witchcraft and sorcery, but I'm ruling over you. Since 1300, poppet, earlier from a form of puppet, now meaning small or dainty person. Recorded from late 14th century, later a term of endearment, 18th century, but also in other cases, one of contempt. Pupil is a noun. See, when you got them little short school buses out, you don't want to be in school, not me. You my pupil. And I'm teaching you in righteousness to destroy your wickedness. Student, late 14th century, orphan child, ward. See, at one time you try to make me a ward of court. Now you my ward. Person under the care of a guardian. From old French pupille, 14th century, and directly from Latin pupillus, feminine pupilia, orphan child, ward, minor. You the minor. Diminutive of puppets, boy. Hey boy, give my money. Feminine pupa, girl. Probably related to pure child. And that's probably from a suffix form of pi root pau, few, little. Meaning disciple, student, youth, or any person of either sex under the care of an instructor or tutor. Puppy. Late 15th century, woman, small pet dog. That's why they be walking around with their dog. A word of certain origin, but likely to be from French popule, doll, toy. See, puppet. A little dog appears to have been called puppy because petted as a doll. Creature. Anything created, hence a thing in general, animate or not, but most commonly a living being. Created being, all creation. But on this case, he's talking about them. Tool. Old English tool, instrument, implement used by a craftsman or a laborer, weapon. He told you, I created the destroyer to destroy. Who was that? Esau Edom. Now we're going to get back to Garrison in a little while. He said, I created the destroyer, but don't worry about it. No weapon formed against you going to prosper. Ducky. Palmer, folk etymology, 1882, finds the use of duck as a term of endearment, identical with Danish duke, a baby or a puppet. So when I see them out there in the street theater when they're holding a baby, that's really they talking about themselves. Gotta be. I don't look like none of them little kids they got on their shoulder. Moppet. Wire. Wire is a puller. Not pooler, but puller. In a political sense, by 1842, American English on the image of pulling the wires, the work of puppet. The curtain falls on the first act of the political farce. Moppet. Endearing term for a baby, a girl, etc., 1600. Also puppet made of clothes, rag, baby. Johnson, 1755. Kabuki, 1896, from the Japanese popular theater as opposed to shadow puppet. Plays are lyrical noir dramas. Doll. 1550s doll, an endearing name for a female pet or a mistress. From a familiar form of the film, proper name Dorothy. Lloyd. Male proper name for Welsh lead, Lewitt, generally gray, pale. Lloyd's meaning the London-based Association of Marine Underwriters. First recorded in 1805. Second Samuel 18:14. David set up a puppet government in Edom. The Edomites became subjects under David. God gave David victory wherever he marched. Second Samuel 8, MSG. In the days that followed, David struck hard at the Philistines, brought them to their knees, and took control of the countryside. He also fought and defeated Moab. He chose 2/3 of them randomly and executed them. Just randomly. You got to go. You got to go. The other third he spared. I was talking about that day the other day. GMS was talking about they cannot be saved. I know what he meant when he said it. They can't be saved like us, meaning both temporally and spiritually, meaning eternally. But I said, I did use that word too. I used spared, and you was watching me, you know I ain't lying. That's a form of being saved. You didn't get executed. The other third he spared. So the Moabites fell under David's rule and were forced to bring tribute. See, bring my money. On his way to restore his sovereignty at the river Euphrates, see? That's our inheritance. See, you might like what I'm saying, but you know I ain't lying to you. I'm reading it to you. No matter what you say or do. I'm talking to the wicked. Never insulting the righteous. The sealed portion, chapter 88, verse 45, on down. And the false prophet is all of the organized religions upon the earth. They've been organized by the hand of man, that they might subject the souls of the children of God to their pretended precepts and commandments, which do not create peace and happiness, but strife and misery among all nations of the earth. And the great river Euphrates gave his life-giving water, meaning the economy, to the city of Babylon in the times of old. And John has used this city of Babylon as an example of the great wickedness and worldly desires of men. Therefore, when this angel poured out his vial upon the great river Euphrates, this meaneth that the source of all the worldliness and greatness of the world shall dry up and cease from giving unto the people of the earth the fine and precious things of the earth which their hearts desire, and their souls are set upon. And this shall affect greatly the economy of the beast throughout the world. And once the economy of the earth has failed miserably, or once the waters of the great Euphrates have dried up, so that they no longer give life to the city of Babylon, that's the Edomites. And the ones who confederate against us with them. That great city. That's not America. That's them trying to pretend to be Americans. This means that the source of all the worldliness and the greatness of the world shall dry up and cease from giving unto the people of the earth the fine and precious things of the earth, which their hearts desire and their souls are set upon. This should affect greatly the economy of the beasts throughout the world. But we're sovereign over in the international jurisdiction of the sea. That don't affect us. He said there's more than enough for us. When I mean us, I'm talking about the Israelites. All over the world. Starting right here in the Garden of Eden at his headquarters, North America. And this will affect greatly the economy of the beast throughout the world. And once the economy of the earth has failed miserably, once the waters of the great Euphrates have dried up, so they no longer give life to the great city of Babylon, that great city. Then shall the world be prepared for the second coming of Yahweh. The people of the world shall also be prepared to receive the words of God, the word of God, which will proceed forth from his mouth. 2 Samuel 8, beginning at verse 3. On his way to restore his sovereignty at the river Euphrates, David next defeated Hadadezer, son of Rehob, of the king of Zobah. He captured from him 1,000 chariots, 7,000 cavalry, and 20,000 infantry. He hamstrung all the chariots' horses, but saved back saved back 100. When the Armenians from Damascus came to the aid of Hadadezer, king of Jobah, David killed 22,000 of them. David set up a puppet government in Aram, Damascus. The Armenians became subjects of David, were forced to bring tribute. God gave victory to David wherever he marched. David plundered the gold shields that belonged to the servants of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. He also looted a great quantity of bronze from Teba and Beratha, city of Hadadezer. Tyre, king of Hamath, heard that David had struck down the entire army of Hadadezer, so he sent his son Joram to King David to greet and congratulate him for fighting and defeating them. For Tyre and Hadadezer were old enemies. He brought with him gifts of silver, gold, and bronze. King David consecrated these along with the silver and gold from all the nations he had conquered, from Aram, Moab, Ammonites, the Philistines, from Amalek, along with the plunder of Hadazazar, son of Rohab, king of Zobah. David built a victory monument on his return from defeating the Arameans. Abishai, son of Zerah, fought and defeated the Edomites in the Salt Valley. 18,000 of them were killed. David set up a puppet government in Edom. The Edomites became subject under David. God gave David victory wherever he marched. There's a song saying, and we march. Thus David ruled over all Israel. He ruled well, fair, and even-handed in all his duties and relationships. Joab, son of Zorah, was head of the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Aliat, was clerk. Zadok, son of Ahitub, Ahimelech, son of Zabadar, were priests. Sarah was the secretary. Benaiah, son of Zoiada, was over the Kerethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were priests. I'm going to read the Amplified versions and see how if it says the same thing. David's triumphs. 2 Samuel 8. Now it came to pass, or it came about after this, that David defeated the Philistines and humbled them, and took control of Mathag Ammah, the main city, from the land of the Philistines. He defeated Moab and measured them with a length of rope, making them lie down on the ground. He measured 2 lengths to choose those to put to death, and 1 full length to choose those who were kept alive. And the surviving Moabites became servants to David, bringing tribute. Tribute is a noun. Mid-14th century, stated sum of money or other valuable considerations paid by one ruler or a country to another in acknowledgement of submission. He said, king's going to be your nursing father. Or as the price of peace or protection. Tribute, that's taxes. Tribute, a stated payment, a thing contributed or paid. To pay, assign, grant. Also a lot among the tribes or to a tribe. Sense of offering gifts, token is, see what it is, they're giving a peace offering to Messiah, to Yahweh. To Melchizedek priesthood. Tribe is a noun. Mid-13th century, one of the 12 divisions of the ancient Hebrews. In the biblical sense, which was the original one in English, race, a tribe of men, body of men united by ties of blood and descent, a clan. Retribution. Late 14th century, retribution, repayment. Retribution, recompense, repayment. See, you're gonna be blackmailed. That's when that day, when Most High it's gonna be a black day. Tribute paid to men allied with criminals as protection against pillage, etc. Insomnia. Before law sometimes granted to aliens in Athens, but they ain't talking about Athens now. Equity tax, tribute. That's what I was looking for. Stipendary, receiving wages or salary. Tax, impost, tribute. In military use, hostage. Hostage, kindness, hospitality, residence, dwelling, rent, tribute, compensation, guarantee. Commendation. Late 14th century, commendation, expression of approval. Extortion, the act of extorting, the act of wresting anything from a person by force, duress, menace, authority, or under undue exercise of power. Expressive or illegal action. That ain't what we doing. Testimonial, early 15th century, of or pertaining to testimony. That's what the Most High said. Everything you done to mine, I'm gonna do to you. Then David defeated the Hadazer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah, as he went to restore his power at the river Euphrates. That means we control all the money, all the wealth, the treasure. Talking about the Melchizedek priesthood. Luke 10 and 19, listen carefully. I've given you authority that you now possess to tread on serpents and scorpions. The ability to exercise authority over all the power of the enemy, Satan. Nothing will in any way harm you. And David defeated Hadazer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah, as he went to restore his power at the river Euphrates. David captured from him 1,700 horsemen, 20,000 foot soldiers. David also hamstrung all the chariot horses, making them lame, but reserved enough of them for 100 chariots. When the Armenian Syrians of Damascus came to help Hadazer, king of Zobah, David struck down 20,000 Armenians. 22,000 Armenians. Then David struck down 22,000 Armenians. Then David put garrisons, that's the word I was looking for, among the Armenians in Damascus. Let's go look at the term garrison. You're gonna hear that word again. But this is what it means. Garrison is a noun. Century 1300, store, treasure. Old French, garrison, defense, protection, safety, security, crops, food, salvation, healing, recovery, cure. Cure, recovery, healing. Take care of, protect, defend. To protect, guard, to cover. Meaning fortified stronghold is from early 15th century. That a body of troops in a fortress. A sense taken over from Middle English and garrison, body of armed men stationed in a fort or a town to guard it. To furnish, provide. To place troops in. Garrison. Garnish is a verb. Late 14th century, to decorate, adorn. What he said, he gonna do this to, he said he's gonna do this to the place of his feet. That's what the Most High said. That's why I said they're gonna build our walls, our towns. Late 14th century, to decorate, adorn, beautify. Equip a place for defense, arm oneself. That's why it's going to be safety in Zion. For battle. That's why I used the movie Superfly yesterday. Don't think I'm pulling that nigga shit on you. I got some real killers. If one hair on my pretty head get touched, your whole family dead. More French, garnish. Present particle stem of garner, provide, furnish, fortify, and reinforce. Late century, and I'm not threatening nobody, I'm just using that for example. But that's what God is talking about. From Frankish, warningen, from Proto-Germanic, warnen, be cautious, guard, provide for. Source, also of Old High German warnen, to take heed. And they told you warning. Do not harm any American Israelite. If you do, you're like dead, like the Nazis in Nuremberg. Old English, warning, to take warning, beware, see warn. Sense of evolution is from arm oneself, to fit out, to embellish, which was the early meaning in English, culinary, sense of to decorate a dish for a table. Most High said, he made my table, he set my table before my enemies. So they can watch me eat. Older meaning survives in legal sense to warn or serve notice of attachment of funds. He said he was restoring us back to the old way. The former, now in the latter day reign, gonna be even better. Is the hypothetical source of evidence for its existence is provided by sacred vata enclosure, cover, wraps, shuts, Lithuanian usuvery, uverti, to shut, to close. Old Persian paravarke, protective. Latin uprear, to cover. Apier, open, uncover, with ap, off, away. Old Church Slavic vara, sealed, closed. Vret, shut. Old Irish fernen, field, properly enclosed land. That's why I said all this wickedness is going to be going all around, but they're going to be afraid to come into our Zion. Why? We got some real killers there waiting for you to come. Dam, fence, enclosure. Defense, protection, to defend, protect. There's in the books of angels, it's a class of angels called Samuel. That means the devil, Satan. He can be good or bad based on God's instructions. Fort. Mid-15th century fortified place, stronghold. Old French fort, fortress, strongman. Use of adjective meaning strong, stout, sturdy, hard, severe, difficult, hard to understand. Pallor, garrison. Note on Pallader in poem 81, Psalms 81, the student Collectus, second edition. I saw that yesterday when I looked it up. I noticed he's on Psalm 91. It said poem 81. Station. Late 13th century, station, a place one's normally occupies. Old French station, a station site, location, station of the cross, stop, stand still, place. Century 1200, space, dimension, extent, room, area. Old French place, spot, 12th century, and directly from medieval Latin placia, place, spot, courtyard, open space. Post. A timber of considerable size set upright. Old English post, pillar, door post. French post, upright, beam. Both from Latin postus, door post, in medieval spot. Century 1200, moral stain. By mid-14th century, as a speck, stain left by something on a surface, probably at least as part of the very old French spot, a spot, blot, patch of land. Stop. Mid-English stopping, obstruct a passage with a physical barrier, closed up by filling, stuffing, or plunging. Old English stopping to stop, stifle in general west. Send. Middle English sending, from Old English sending, the patch as a messenger on an errand. He says, your kings are errand boys. And your created puppet government. Order or cause to go or pass from one place to another. Also send forth, emit, throw, propel, cause, protest. A vow, pledge, solemn declaration. Declare publicly, testify, protest, forth, before, slander. We don't do no slandering, that's what y'all did. State of impaired reputation, disgrace or dishonor. Since 1300, a false tale or reported spread maliciously. The fabrication and dissemination of false tales to discredit someone. Now we know what a garrison is. David captured from him, back to 2 Samuel, chapter 4. Let's go back to verse 3, because I like it sounds so good to me. Then David defeated Hadadezer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah, as he went to restore his power at the river Euphrates. Sovereignty. Sovereignty means power. All power. David captured from him 17,000 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers. David also hamstrung all the chariot horses, making them lame, but reserved enough of them for 100 chariots. When the Armenian Syrians of Damascus came to help, Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David struck down 22,000 Armenians. Then David put garrisons among the Armenians in Damascus. The Armenians became his servants and brought tribute. Yahweh helped David wherever he went. David took the shields of gold that were carried by the servants of Hadassah and brought them to Jerusalem. And for Bathah and Baratha, city of Hadassah, King David took an immense quantity of bronze. Remember, he said, now because there's enough, they already stored this up. They lied when they said they don't have it anymore. Well, sorry, I just read to you earlier. He said he's going to exchange for the people of Israel, Zion, where there was silver, he's going to give you gold, so on and so on. He's going to upgrade you. When Tyre, king of Hamath, heard about David's defeat at the defeat of all the forces of Hadassah, Tyre sent Joram, his son, to King David to greet and congratulate him. I wonder, is this the same Joram that's in the Book of Mormon? Spell like Tyre sent Joram, his son, to King David to greet him and congratulate him for his battle and defeat of Hadassah, for Hadassah had been at war with Tyre. Joram brought with him an article of silver, gold, and bronze as gifts. King David also dedicated these gifts to Yahweh, along with the silver and the gold that he had dedicated from all the nations which he subdued. So that ain't that same Joram. Aram, Syria, Moab of the Ammonites, the Philistines, Amalek. Yeah, we ain't forgot what Amalek did too. And from the spoil of Hadassah, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah. So David made a name for himself when he returned from killing 18,000 Armenian Syrians in the Valley of Salt. Little Book, chapter 1, verse 56 through 58. And by that which is written upon this tablet, I say all the righteous, when you receive these things, I will unfold to you by my spirit the truth of your word. We shall wipe away our tears together. We should sing anthems of praise together. We should congregate together at the throne of Anoki, praise him for his loving kindness together. And Yahweh continually said, I would now bring you further understanding of the spiritual powers that are now at work among you in these times of tribulation. Because the events in the world at this time resemble many of the conditions that came forth before the flood. It is important that the righteous learn to discern how to divide the powers confronting them and their little ones, and great forces that are at work. At this time, they are battling for the power of God. And the flood brought changes for the world that they're in effect even now, which needs to be understood in light of the little book and understanding it can bring. Page 49 of the same book. On the day of Anoki said, the sons of light and a lot of darkness shall battle together for the power of God. Amid the tumult of a vast multitude, the cries of Degadasha and men. There should be a time of distress for all the people of God redeemed by God. Among their afflictions, there will have been nothing to equal it from its beginning until its end and final redemption. No day when they shall battle against the kingdom, the enemies of God, in parentheses. He shall save them in this battle. This shall be the time of salvation for the people of God, and the hour of dominion for all the men of his lot. The final destruction for all the lot of Belial. There should be immense confusion for the sons of those who deceive with enticing flatteries, in parentheses, Japheth. See, the Romans and Japheth are one kingdom now. Esau and Japheth. That's the Romans, enemies of God. Book of Jasher, chapter 90, verse 1 through 11. To this very day. And Babylon shall fall without help from any man, and the domain of the kingdom shall vanish, that wickedness may be crushed without a remnant, without any survivor, for all the sons of darkness. This is page 571. I'm going to read it from here. The entire book of the first Enoch was addressed to those present on the day of tribulations. It opens with these words: the blessings of Enoch, with which he blessed the elect and the righteous who would be present on the day of tribulation, at the time of the removal of all the ungodly ones. This is a holy vision from heaven, or from the heavens, which the Akadashai showed me. I heard from them and I understood. I look not for this generation, but for the distant one that is coming. Talking about us. I speak about the elect ones. And concerning them, the God of the universe, the Holy Great One, will come forth from his dwelling, the arm of Yahweh. See, we are him in his body before he actually literally comes. That's why I'm able to do what I'm doing and tell you right now and give you these mysteries. This is his word. And he will appear in his camp. Now, the camps that they have out there, I'm not saying that it's not people of God in some of those camps, but those camps he didn't create them. Only ones that's talking like me is his camp. Not made with hands. I mean, not created by man. The God of the universe, the Great One, will come forth from his dwelling, the arm of Yahweh. He will appear in his camp, emerge from heaven with a mighty power. Footnote 1. And everyone shall be afraid, and the Dekadachai shall quiver. To all the righteous, he shall grant peace. So you've been called to peace. He reserved the elect, and the kindness shall be upon them. They shall all belong to God, and they shall prosper and be blessed, and the light of God shall shine upon them. See tablet photo, the finger of Yahweh touching the stone. And Isaiah 10, 24, 25, and 27 reads, therefore, thus says Yahweh God of hosts, O my people that dwelleth in Zion, be not afraid of the Assyrian, in parentheses, the deep state, that the Roman Catholic Pope told you that your greatest opponent had been the Democrats, the shadow governments. But the Seal Portion said they're all the same, both of them, Democrats and Republicans. That's why they tried to. I'm not trying to raise up Donald Trump. I'm just telling you what had happened, though. That's what Donald Trump said. He didn't take any money to become the president. If he did, he'd be in their pocket. And then he was able to say something like this: "They don't like Indians to me." That's why the Doctrine and Covenants said he raised up a righteous president over their organization called the corporation. And they say Donald Trump don't sin or not a sinner. He said everybody is his servant for his purpose. And what is his purpose? To provide for his people, Israel, the elect. I just read it to you. And I read it to you yesterday. He shall smite you with a rod. He shall lift up his staff against you after the manner of Egypt. For yet a little while, and the indignation shall cease. My anger and their destruction. It's going to pass in that day that his burden shall be taken away from off your shoulder, and his yoke from off your neck. And the yoke shall be destroyed because of the anointing. The covenant of Shabbat, the new covenant. Through the day of instruction. I'm giving you even right now. Speaking to the wicked, Isaiah writes in 65, 13 through 16, therefore thus says Jehovah God, behold, my servant shall eat. But you should be hungry. Why is that? He said, because part of our rising, which is definitely a grand rise, as we told, as in the days of David, going to be greater today. Because part of our inheritance, part of our sovereignty is to own the great river Euphrates, the treasure that the Most High paid for with his own blood. That's why I said backed by his name, his authority. It belongs to us. It belongs to me. That's why it's for sure we're going to be blessed forever. And the nation's going to be bringing their wealth to me. And the rest of us in Zion. Therefore, thus says Yahweh God, behold, my servant shall eat, but you shall be hungry. Behold, my servant shall drink, but you shall be thirsty. Behold, my servant shall rejoice, but you shall be ashamed. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart, but you shall cry for sorrow of heart. Shall howl for vexation of spirit. And you shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For how God shall abandon you. And call this servant by another name. What did you leave for us for a curse? Nigger, African American, Indian, all these words that you use to try to take away from our lifeblood purpose. But he called us back where we really are. American Israelites. So we are the true America. The de jure America. The Aboriginal Indigenous America. The first America. And only America. Behold, my servant shall sing for joy of heart. But you shall cry for sorrow of heart. Shall howl for vexation of spirit. And shall leave your name for a curse unto my chosen. For Yahweh God shall abandon you. And call his servants by another name. If my people will call by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, then will I hear them from heaven. I will forgive their sins, and I will heal their land. That he who blesses himself in the earth shall bless himself in the God of truth. He that sweareth in the earth shall swear by the God of truth. because the former troubles are forgotten, because they are hid from our eyes. Second Samuel 8:3. Then David defeated Hadazazar, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah, as he went to restore his power at the river of Euphrates. Isaiah 9:6-7, Amplified. For unto us a child is born. Let's go to this version. I like it better. For this purpose of the scripture I just read. Isaiah 9:6-7, Amplified Classic Edition. For to us a child is born. To us a son is given. And the government shall be upon his shoulder. His name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father of eternity, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and of peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and over his kingdom to establish it, to uphold it with justice and with righteousness from the latter time forth, even forevermore. The zeal of the whole host is performing it. Second Samuel 8:13. So David made a name for himself when he returned from killing 18,000 Armenians, Syrians, in parentheses, in the Valley of Salt. Where do they say the Valley of Salt is in the teal portion? Also in the one word terrain, Utah. That's where the Mormons are. They got our records that they give us back by necessity. They saying that they still preaching the same doctrine as the Roman Catholics through their popes and different ones. They're the same people. Therefore, the way they try to teach it is another form of Christianity. But the children of Israel is waking up to teach the truth of the book. That's God doing his own work. His hand being extended. His arm being revealed. He's speaking straight out of heaven. He put garrisons in Edom. And all Edom, he put garrisons. And all the Edomites became servants to David. Y'all helped him wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel. Remember, he said he gave them a puppet government, a corporation. But although they're bankrupt, but we're not bankrupt. We own the river Euphrates, the economy. Therefore, he said, our money are going into their corrupt banks. Although we can go there and get our money from our private account that they can't touch and use for themselves. That's why they told you we have by necessity told you we all have $950 trillion USD, backed by articles of gold, silver, and gold. And we ain't got to worry about it. They're gonna bring it to us. You just go get there. It's there for you. Although they might not be able to go there. there for me. I just read that from the Sealed Book of Mormon. He said, the blessings that Enoch bestowed on the elect is blessed forever. I just read that to you. Bring my money. So David reigned over all Israel. He continued to administer justice and righteousness for all his people. All his people? You think I'm wrong for what I be saying? That's not from the bloodline of David. This is my job. That's what Most High sent me. Joab, the son of Zerah, was commander over the army. Jehoshaphat, the son of Eliot, was recorder, secretary. Jodak, the son of Ahitub, and Ehimelech, the son of Abiathar, were the chief priests. And Sariah was the scribe. Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was head over both the Cherethites and Pelethites, the king's bodyguard. And David's sons were chief confidential advisors, officials to the king. Royal secretary is a position at the court of a monarch, generally responsible for communicating the sovereign's wishes to other members of the government. That's why I was trying to tell you that my sons and the one that took the responsibility, he can speak for me, and he's sovereign too. All my children are sovereign. And he can go speak to you of my wishes that I request in good faith, because when he's doing it for me, he's doing it for himself. If he discredits me, he's discrediting himself. Honor your father. So days may be long upon the land which Yahweh your God is giving you. That's the first commandment with promise. What is the advisor to the king called? Regent is something, a formal title granted to a monarch, most trusted advisor or personal assistant. That's why, what did he tell you today? My son's the heir and parent. Only thing is, since I ain't never going nowhere, they still priests. Regents is a noun. Since 1400, a ruler. From the adjective regent, ruling, governing. Later exercise of vicarious authority. Ruler, governor. To rule, direct, move in a straight line. With derivatives meaning to erect in a straight line, thus to lead, rule. Meaning one who rules during the minority or absence of a sovereign. Because they're sovereign. It just means when they go do what my son promised to do in good faith for me, he's the ruler. I said, I ain't leaving. I'm still the sovereign. They are too. That's why he told you about the innocent. A sovereign or another sovereign administering for another sovereign in his absence can go anywhere in any place and still be sovereign. That's why I'll tell him to go order something for me. He can bring it back without no game being played. Used in place of a king as not applying the legitimacy or permanent of rule. Regency is a noun. Early 15th century regency, government by regents. Existence of a regent rule. Also sovereignty, royal, quality. See, regency, they're still sovereigns too. So I ain't trying to show no favoritism. I'm going by what the word says, which is the rule. Therefore, you have to do the same. I'm judging with equity, meaning righteousness. And then you use royal secretary. That means what I tell them to do and what you're trying to use your false puppet rules on them don't account. They make the rules based on what I told them, based on what the truth is to you. Therefore, if I send my children or my son who took the responsibility to go get me a firearm that the Constitution of 49 states of America already said, it don't say I got to wait how many days to get it. He go tell you, order it with this real money, and you give him the item immediately, that same time. You got it. What I'm waiting for. You don't say nothing like that in the Constitution for the United States of America. That's something you made up in your puppet government. Stop me when I'm lying. A secretary is a noun. Late 14th century, secretary, person entrusted with secrets of private and confidential matters. Clerk, notary, scribe, confidential officer, confidant. A title applied to various confidential officers. Private, secret, pertaining to a private or secret matter. See, my business. A council chamber, conclave, consistory, a secret, hidden thing. Compare late Latin solitarius, privi, counselor, counselor, Councilor, solitary. From Latin silencum, being silent. The secret meaning person who keeps records or minutes, conducts a correspondence, etc. One whose office is to write for another. Officially for a king is recorded by century 1400 as a title of ministers presiding over executive departments of a state. From 1590s, the word was used in both French and English to mean private desk. Sometimes from French, secrétaire, as a type of handwriting used in old legal documents. Secret is a noun. Now I know why. See, as I'm reading these things, I can see a lot of people knew these things or was told these things, but they'll walk up to me and say little stuff like, this one is, I just term Mexican brothers. That's to work with the probation department. He walked to me one time. Hey, Pooh, it's like you got you know a secret that nobody else know. That's what he was talking about. See, all the people that worked at the probation department knew this except me. They knew I was king. And I say a lot to you. That's why they had a lot of haters there. They hated me. But they had some people sent to help me. But now, can't nobody defy me. Based on the word. Based on even backed by etymology. This is called knowledge. Secret is a noun. Late 14th century, that which is hidden from human understanding. Early 15th century, that which is hidden from general knowledge. From Latin, secretum, secrecy, a mystery, a hidden thing. Secret conversation, also retirement, solitude. Now from secretus, set apart. See, David, when I had that dream that I had to be flown down to the headquarters at Downey at the probation department, where the angel had to fly me because there's so much wickedness going on, I even gave him that testimony. But they already had it already written up and planned it for my retirement before I even knew about it. And I say lie to you. I'm just telling you, putting it together now. Because they already had it written, telling me we already planned to retire you. And asked them if I'm lying. This is the Most High's hand at work. That's why they can't deny me anything I ask for. Because I'm doing it in righteousness. I ain't deceiving nobody. The Most High has laid the foundation that you cannot deny it. Also, retirement, solitude, noun of secretus, set apart, withdrawn, hidden, concealed, private. This is past particle adjective. Remember he said, I knew all things. I forgot. This is past particle adjective from sincere, to set apart, divide, exclude from, see, without, apart, properly, on one's own, to separate, deceive, thus discriminate, distinguish. The meaning, something studiously hidden or concealed, what is not or should not be revealed. In English, from mid-15th century, the sense of key or principle, but with some difficulty is solved. From 1738, perhaps via the notion of method or process hidden from the uninitiated. How can I know these things? That means I must be the sovereign. I must be the initiate. I'm not uninitiated. But I don't belong to no secret society, though. I came straight out of heaven. Late 15th century. The alternative of sincere from old French variant from form of secret was common 14th century. Let me tell you another thing. Back in 2006 or 7, I wasn't even in their system. Yet I was still working. That's why they was able to come and officially retire me from them in 2014. The same time, the thieves notices went out. It was calculated together in my favor. It's just through the not knowing and lack of knowledge, they was trying to deceive me. which is impossible. The Most High already is my real Father. He told me that personally, and then I read about it. And all these things I'm telling you, which is the truth, it cannot be a coincidence that I can make these things up. And I say a lie to you. The meaning sudden, studiously hidden or concealed. What is not or should not be revealed. And now into his own time. In English, it's from mid-15th century, the sense of key or principle by which something difficult is solved. And look at the blessing that my sons can do by honoring me. Because they're the heir parents. And my daughter, she can be shunned, equal in her calling. Just raise up my grandson right. And bring my stuff to, like you told me today, keep your word. I would have said bring me some food, man, but I don't trust that no more. I ain't saying that you would do something like that, but I know they would. Just bring my battery jumper and call AAA so they can come and make sure it's running right. Then I can just use that battery jumper at a later time. Then I'm gonna go to the market myself. Daughter, will you do that for me today? Like you said. I expect it. But if these devils try to stop you, then I'm not gonna hold it against you. That just mean they wicked, but they still gonna fall for your sake. Am I lying to you? Did I read that to you before? When my son come back, I expect you to put that rest of that money you owe me in his hand to bring to me without no trickery to it. Because I've proved it to you through the word. I ain't tried to deceive you, nor did I try to steal from you. Do you agree with that, people? Well, I hope you do, because if not, it's still the truth. I read it to you. I ain't heard nobody stumping though, so that must mean you agree with it. The meaning something studiously hidden or concealed. What is not or should not be revealed. In English from mid-15th century, the sense of key. Who has the keys? The true rights to the builders. The chief cornerstone. The Melchizedek priesthood. Or a principle by which something difficult is solved. How do I know these things with such authority? That's who I am. That's my calling. Giving the Father the glory. Because I'm always thinking about him. I ain't gonna never try to take his glory. It's from 1738, perhaps revealed a notion of method or process hidden from the uninitiated. Late 15th century, the alternative was secret. From old French variant form of secret was common 14th century to 16th century. It seems to have been more frequent originally. It also was a variant of the adjective. Open secret. Matter of fact, which is known to many. Now you know. A secret which all who care may learn. From 1828, to keep a secret is from mid-15th century. Secrets, part of the body which propriety requires to be concealed. By 1530s, secretaries are now Most High said he set the table before my enemies. I want you to stop me if I'm lying, though. I don't intend to lie to you. Psalms 23:5. You prepared a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Secretary is a noun, piece of furniture comprising of a table, a shelf for writing, drawers, or pigeonholes for private papers. See secretary. In this case, royal secretary for my sons and my daughter, who are sovereigns. Repository is a vessel, etc., for storage. From French repositor, likely from Latin repositorum, store, a stand on which food is placed. Notary, and at one time I was a notary. I still am. Not by incorporation, but by bloodline, by right. Notary is century 1300 notaire, a clerk, a personal secretary, person whose vocation was making notice, or memoranda of the acts of others who wish to preserve them, and writing up deeds, and etc. Veep is the Department of State Wireless Bulletin. 1949, Time magazine, tongue-in-cheek, suggested the president should be Peep, Secretary of State Steep. But guess what? Now that's their puppet government of mandates. But I'm ruling by the righteous blood of David, the righteous bloodline of David, from the house of Jacob, house of David. Over them. Therefore, their mandates have nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with Sion. Tycoon, transferred meaning important person. Head, top of the body. Also upper end of a slope. Also chief person, leader, ruler. Capital city. Confidant. 1610. This got to do with my sons. Male person trusted with private affairs. A trusty friend, literally. See, that'd have to be stupid to try to make me fall. Honor your father, that you may also continue to be the heir apparent. That your rule may be long upon the land which Yahweh your God has given you. Honor your father. Receptionist, person hired to receive clients in office. These are royal receptionists. I mean, by honoring me, being my good faith agent, making sure everything works out for my good, because it's going to work out for my good. But if you do this and be obedient to the word of God, then it's going to work out for your good, and you're going to be blessed with multiplicities of blessings. Stop me when I'm lying. And you ain't got to do nothing strange to get it. They're going to bring it to you. And David's sons were chief, confidential advisors, officials to the king. Second Samuel chapter 8, Northern Kingdom edition, meaning the Book of Mormon. This is our record. David defeats and subjects many nations. Yahweh is with him. He executes judgment and justice unto all his people. And after this, it came to pass that David smote the Philistines and subdued them, and David took Methach Ammah out of the hand of the Philistines. First Chronicles 18, 1-17. Now after this, it came to pass that David smote the Philistines, subdued them, took Goth of her towns out of the hand of the Philistines. And he smote Moab. And the Moabites became David's servants and brought gifts. And David smote Hadazer, king of Zobah, unto Hamath, as he went to establish his dominion by the river Euphrates. And David took from him 1,000 chariots, and 7,000 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen. David also hauled all the chariot horses, for reserved of them 100 chariots. When the Syrians of Damascus came to help Hadazer, king of Zobah, David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men. Then David put garrisons in Syria, Damascus. And the Syrians became David's servants and brought gifts. Thus Yahweh preserved David wherever he went. And David took the shields of gold that were on the service of Hadazer and brought them to Jerusalem. Likewise, Tabbath, and Chun and cities of Hadarezer brought King David much brass, wherein Solomon made the brazen sea, and the pillars and the vessels of brass. Now Tyre, king of Hamath, heard how David had smitten all the hosts of Hadazer, king of Zobah. He sent Hadoram, his son, to King David to inquire of his welfare and congratulate him because he had fought against Hadarezer and smitten him. For Hadarezer had war with Tyre. And with him all the manner of vessels of gold and silver and brass. Then also King David dedicated unto Yahweh with the silver and the gold that he had brought from all these nations, from Edom, from Moab, from the children of Ammon, from the Philistines and from Amalek. Moreover, Abishai, the son of Zerah, slew of the Edomites in the valley of Salt 18,000. He put garrisons in Edom. And all the Edomites became David's servants. That's why the Most High said He's going to put a full end of all the nations, except for the ones going to serve us. He'll get rid of all of Esau, Edom, except for the ones that's going to serve us. And all the Edomites became David's servants. The Shah preserved David wherever he went. So David reigned over all Israel and executed judgment and justice among all his people. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was over the host. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ehud, recorded. And Zodok, the son of Ahitub, and Abimelech, the son of Abiathar, were the priests. And Shavasha was scribe. And Benaiah, the son of Joiada, was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites. And the sons of David were chief about the king. Private business. And he smote Moab. Numbers 24 and 17. And I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel. It shall smite the corners of Moab and destroy all the children of Sheth. And measure them with a line. Cast them down to the ground. Even with 2 lines measured, he put to death. And 1 full line he kept alive. Full blooded. Israelites. And the ones not, they kept alive, he killed them. And the ones that left of those that he killed, going to be our servants. Look at Ruth. Ruth produced King David. The Moabites. Example, he apparently determined their size and put the taller, stronger to death. With 1 full line to keep alive. And so the Moabites became David's servants and brought gifts. 2 Kings 1:1. Then Moab rebelled against Israel after the death of Ahab. 2 Kings 3:5. But it came to pass when Ahab was dead, the king of Moab rebelled against the king of Israel. David smote also Hadadezer, the son of Rehob, king of Zobah. He went to recover his border at the river Euphrates. Wow, that's part of our inheritance. I read that to you before today. And David took from him 1,000 chariots and 700 horsemen and 20,000 footmen. And David hauled all the chariots' horses, but reserved them for 100 chariots. And when the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadadezer, king of Zobah, King David slew of the Syrians 220,000 men. That was the first time it happened either. Remember this one? Yahweh did the same thing before he came to the earth, but he's an angel. Second Kings 19:35-36, Berean standard. And that very night, the angel of Yahweh went out and struck down 185,000 men in the camp of the Assyrians. When the people got up the next morning, they were all the dead bodies. So Sennacherib, king of Assyria, broke camp and withdrew, and he returned to Nineveh and stayed there. And then remember the time when the Most High sent what's our brother name? To Nineveh. Who got swallowed up in the belly of the whale because he didn't want to go to where all them wicked people was. But anyway, slipped my mind. Read to you before. Jonah. He sent Jonah to Nineveh to bring out his rest of his people at that time. See, the Most High got a way of getting rid of our enemies. And when the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadadezer, king of Zobah, David slew of the Syrians 220,000 men. Hebrew, Aram, example, Armenians. They were later called Syrians by Greek peoples. Then David put garrisons in Syria and Damascus. And the Syrians became servants to David and brought gifts, and Yahweh reserved David whatsoever he went. And David took the shields of gold that were on the servants of Hadadezer and brought them to Jerusalem. 2 Kings 11-10, and to the captains over hundreds did the priests give King David spears and shields. They were in the temple of Yahweh. And from Bada and from Beratha, city of Hadadezer, King David took exceeding much brass. When Tyre, king of Hamath, heard that David had smitten all the hosts of Hadadezer, then Tyre sent Joram, his son, unto King David to salute him and to bless him, because he had fought against Hadadezer and smitten him. Hadadezer had war with Tyre, and Joram brought with him vessels of silver, and vessels of gold, and vessels of brass, which also King David did dedicate unto Yahweh, with the silver and the gold that he had dedicated of all the nations which he subdued. 1 Kings 7:51. So was ended all the work that King Solomon made for the house of Yahweh. And Solomon brought in the things that which David his father had dedicated, even the silver and the gold and the vessels that he put among the treasures of the house of Yahweh. 1 Chronicles 26:26-27. With Solomon and his brethren were over all the treasures of the dedicated things which David the king and chief of the fathers and the chief of the father, who is that? His sons. The captains over thousands and hundreds, and the captains of hosts had dedicated. Out of the spoils won in the battles did they dedicate to maintain the house of Yahweh. Just a scripture popped in my mind when the Most High said He's going to share the booty with the elect. Booty means wealth. Taken in battle. The spoil. He said, I'm going to share the booty with the strong. Of Syria and of Moab and the children of Ammon. Go back to get you back to the thought. Which also David did dedicate unto Yahweh with silver and gold that he dedicated unto all of all the nations which he subdued. These are the nations he subdued right here. Of Syria, of Moab, and the children of Ammon. 2 Samuel 10, 6 through 14. That's what Most High said, don't marry these people. Does it make more sense now? When the children of Ammon saw that they stank before David, the children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians of Beth-Rehob, and the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000 footmen, and King Maacah, 1,000 men. Of Ishtabah, 12,000 men, ish. When David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the hosts of the mighty men. The children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array in the entering of a gate. And the Syrians of Zobah and Roab, Ishtabah, and Mach and Maacah were by themselves in the field. When Joab saw that the front of the battle was against him, for before and behind he chose all the choice men of Israel and put them in array against the Syrians. The rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai, his brother, that he might put them in array against the children of Ammon. It's not like the Most High turn them against themselves. And he said, if the Syrians be too strong for me, then you should help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for you, then I will come and help you. Be of good courage and let us play the men for our people, for the cities of our God. And Yahweh will do that which seemeth him good. And Joab drew nigh, and the people that were with him, into the battle against the Syrians. And they fled before him. And when the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fled, then fled they also before Abishai entered into the city. So Joab returned from the children of Ammon and came to Jerusalem. And of the Philistines. 2 Samuel 5, 17 to 25. But when the Philistines heard that they had anointed David king over Israel, all the Philistines came up to seek David. And David heard of it and went down to the hold. And Philistines also came and spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And David inquired of Yahweh, saying, shall I go up to the Philistines Will you deliver them in my hand? And Yahweh said unto David, Go up, for I will doubtless deliver the Philistines into your hand. Same thing we read yesterday. He said, I don't send my people to war. I don't have no militia starting trouble. But sometimes the devil leave you no choice. And you got to fight to defend yourself, your family, and your nation. In such cases, I send you forth to fight. Only for the freedom of yourself, your nation, and your country. Your people, your family. And then I'm going to go before you and fight for you. See, I don't promote us getting no militia to go no wickedness. Let me tell you what God said. And David came to Baal Perazim, and David smote them there. And said, Yahweh has broken forth upon my enemies before me as the breach of waters. Therefore he called the name of that place Baal Perazim. And there they left their images. And David and his men burned them. The heathens sought to put their images in our scriptures. And the Philistines came up yet again and spread themselves in the valley of Rapha. When David inquired of Yahweh, he said, You should not go up, but fetch a compass behind them, and come up on them over against the mulberry tree. And let it be, when you hear the sound of a going in the tops of the mulberry trees, that then you shall bestir yourself. For then shall Yahweh go out before you, smite the host of the Philistines. And David did so, as Yahweh commanded him, and smote the Philistines from Geba until you come to Gaza. And of Amalek, the spoil of the Hadazar, son of Rohab, king of Zobah. Exodus 17 and 14. And Yahweh said unto Moses, Write this for a memorial in a book. Then we hear of a definition that talks about a memorial in a book. And rehearse it in the ears of Joshua. If I will early put out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. 1 Samuel 31-20. And it came to pass when David and his men were come to Ziklag on the third day, that the Amalekites had invaded the south. And Ziklag and smitten Ziklag and burned it with fire. And they had taken the women captives that were therein. And they slew not any, either great or small, but carried them away and went on their way. So David and his men came to the city and beheld it was burned with fire. And their wives and their sons and their daughters were taken captives. Then David and the people that were with him lifted up their voices and wept until they had no more power to weep. And David's two wives were taken captives. Ahinoam and the Zerahite, and Abigail, the wife of Nabal, the Carmelite. And David was greatly distressed, for the people spake of stoning him, because the soul of all the people was grieved, every man for his sons and for his daughters. But David encouraged himself in Yahweh and his God. And David said to Abiathar the priest, Amalek's son, I pray you, bring me hither the ephod. And Abiathar brought thither the ephod to David. And David inquired at Yahweh, saying, but the way it's written, it sounds better like this. And David inquired at the kinsman redeemer, saying, shall I pursue after this troop? Shall I overtake them? And he answered him, pursue, for you shall surely overtake them, and without fail recover all. So I told you, leave nothing behind. Certainly not my children, but not of Israel either. Zion ain't leaving nothing, and you can't touch it. So David went, he and the 600 men that were with him, and came to the brook Bezor. For those that were left behind stayed. But David pursued, he and 400 men. For 200 abode behind, which was so faint that they could not go over the brook Bezor. That's why I told you who was not to come to war yesterday. And they found an Egyptian in the field and brought him to David and gave him bread, and he did eat. They made him drink water. And they gave him a piece of cake of figs and 2 clusters of raisins. And when he had eaten, his spirit came again to him. For he had eaten no bread nor drunk any water 3 days and 3 nights. And David said to him, to whom belongeth you? And whence art you? And he said, I'm a young man of Egypt, servant of Amalekite, to an Amalekite. My master left me, because 3 days gone I fell sick. We made an invasion upon the south of the Chariots, upon the coast in which belonged to Judah, upon to the south of Caleb. And we burned Ziklag with fire. And David said to him, can you bring me down to this company? And he said, swear unto me by God that you will neither kill me nor deliver me into the hands of my master, and I'll bring you down to this company. And when he had brought him down, behold, they were spread abroad upon all the earth, eating and drinking and dancing. What that sound like? It's going to be just like the times of Noah. You'll be married and given to marry, eating and drinking and dancing, before they all were carried away. And when he had brought him down, behold, they were spread abroad upon all the earth, eating and drinking and dancing, because of all the great spoil they had taken out of the land of the Philistines, out of the land of Judah. See, the books of Remembrance tells us that the Philistines is basically Dan mixed with those nations. That happened because he sold Joseph into slavery. And he hated Joseph because of the blessing that was bestowed upon him. That's why he's not in the 144,000 high priests, written in the book of Revelation, chapter 7. And David smote them from the twilight even to the evening of the next day. Smote, smite. Late 14th century, to quarrel, dispute, also to combat, fight, make war. Also discuss, deliberate upon pros and cons, to fight, to beat, Transitive sense is to contend about an argument, argue for or against in public. Smite is the action word of smote, the verb. To hit, strike, give a hard blow, beat with the hand, a stick, etc. Smitten, which however is attested only as to daub, smear on, soil, pollute, blemish, defile. Then it's smite, to smear, fling. To cast, fling, throw, to rub, strike, spread, smear. Walking suggestions suggest the Semitic channel may have been slapping mud on the wall in water. So what else is it? It is tested by century 1200 as strike with any sort of weapon. The sense has been extended by biblical use, which accounts for the now somewhat archaic meaning visit disastrously. That's what Most High said, I'm a visit. To bring about affliction, etc. Since 1200, slay in combat, destroy the life of. Since 1300, from biblical expression, smite to death. The figurative meaning, touch the heart, strike with passion or emotion. Smitten. Mid 13th century, struck hard, afflicted, visited with disaster. Most High said he's going to come and reason with you in the valley of Armageddon. And he's not coming to say, would you please let my people go? Since I'm inspired with love. This is love. To get rid of your enemies so you can live in peace. That's the love of God for his people. Subtly and powerfully affected. He's I'm coming as a thief in the night. Suddenly. Afflict is late 14th century to a cast down. Damage, harass, torment. The dash down. Coma. Greek comma. Clause in a sentence. Also stamp, coinage, literary piece which is cut off. Cut off, disabled, tire out. Haggis. To chop. Hagva, to hew, cut, strike, smite. Syncope, together thoroughly, to cut. Cop, to beat, strike, smite. Is KOP. Persecution. See, you're going to be persecuted. Beating, striking, a beat as a measure of time. Strike hard, beat, smite, strike. Damage, harm, injury, hurt, or loss to person. That's what you did to us, but it's coming back to you. Hit. Come upon, meet with, fall in with, hit upon. That measure of time, it tells you. And David smote them from twilight even to the evening of the next day. Noonday until the next evening. That was being some behind. Some killing going on. And there escaped not a man of them, save 400 young men, which rode upon camels and fled. And David recovered all the Amalekites had carried away. And David rescued his 2 wives. And there was nothing lacking to them, neither small nor great, neither sons nor daughters, neither spoil nor anything that they had taken. To them David recovered all. And David took of all the flocks and herds which they had drove before those others cattle, and said, this is David's spoil. And David got him a name when he returned from smiting of the Assyrians in the valley of Salt. 18,000 men. 2 Kings 14:7. And he slew of Edom in the valley of Salt 10,000, and took Selah by war, and called the name of it Joktheel unto this day. And he put garrisons in Edom, Slaki. He put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons, and they of Edom became David's servants. And all Yahweh preserved David with all whatever he went. Genesis 27:29-40. Let people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be Lord over your brethren. See, Edom was our brother, but Edom is our enemy. Joseph, no, I'm just telling you the truth. That's why Joseph had the dream. And then it included about Edom. Joseph had the dream. He said the stars, he said, are obeisant to me. And Jacob said, will me and your mother and your brothers be servants to you? Esau wasn't in that dream. This is the justice against Esau. That's why he got rightly divided by the word of truth. But Esau was in this vision. I'm gonna read it to you. And this was no vision. This was a direct command. This is called justice. This is a prophecy from the spirit of prophecy, Yahweh himself. Ezekiel chapter 35, amplified. Prophecy against Mount Seir. Moreover, the word of Yahweh came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Mount Seir, Edom, and prophesy against it, and say to it, thus says Yahweh God, behold, Mount Seir, I'm against you. And I'll stretch my hand against you. This is why they get what they get. And make you completely desolate. And there ain't no secret society message. This is my ear itch. I'll destroy your cities. You'll become a wasteland. Then you should know without any doubt that I am Yahweh. Because you, descendants of Esau, have had an everlasting hatred for Jacob, Israel. You handed over the sons of Israel to the power of the sword at the time of their tragedy, their Jacob's trouble. At the time of their final punishment, the Babylonian conquest. What does that mean? Colonization by the European nations. Dumb diversion and doctrine discovery. It's ended. At the time of their final punishment, the Babylonian conquest, therefore as I live, says Yahweh God, I will hand you over to bloodshed, and bloodshed will pursue you. since you have not hated bloodshed. Bloodshed will pursue you. I will make Mount Seir Edom a ruin and a desolate wasteland. And I'll cut off from it one who passes through it and one who returns. I will fill its mountains with its slain. Those killed by the sword will fall on your hills, and your valleys, and your ravines, how you say it. I will make you an everlasting desolation. Your cities will not be inhabited. See, the reason I read this because the truth is always going to prevail. They sent some little demons out, these evil spirits out there, waiting on me to read this because they know they was watching me. And they're going to try to show me up. How are you going to show up the truth? With your lies. That's why you're going into captivity. If you make it there, because he's gonna kill the rest of you. He only gonna take the obedience of you. Don't sound like you're gonna make it. I'll fill his mountains with his slain. Those killed by the sword will fall at your hills, and in your valleys, and your ravines. I'll make you an everlasting desolation, and your cities will not be inhabited. You will know without any doubt that I am Yahweh. Because you, descendants of Esau, have said, these two nations, Israel and Judah, southern kingdom, northern kingdom, and southern kingdom, and these two lands shall be mine. We will take possession of them, although Yahweh was there. Therefore, as I live, says Yahweh God, I will deal with you in accordance with the anger and the envy you showed because of your hatred for them. And I'll make myself known. I don't see nobody stumping out mocking that right here. Right. Sorry, I got excited. I don't hear nobody mocking right now. That's why he said, this prophet won't be a good speaker. I ain't got to be. I can just tell you what he said. I ain't got to make nothing up. This is his work. I will deal with you in accordance with the anger and the envy you showed because of your hatred for them. And I'll make myself known among them as judge when I judge and punish you, Mount Seir, and all your descendants, Esau. Then you will know without any doubt that I am Yahweh. That I've heard all your scornful speeches which you have spoken against the mountains of Israel, Sion, which has a priesthood. It's a clearly wild priesthood. They've been made a wasteland. They've been given to us as food. So you have boasted and spoken arrogantly against me. What do you mean being given to us as food? They're eating off our back, literally. They admitted to it. The whole corporation only exists because of us. And it wasn't by willingness either. You took it. And took us at a time. That's why you're going to be taken. So you boasted and spoken arrogantly against me. And have multiplied your words against me. I've heard it. Thus says Yahweh God, while the whole earth rejoices, because why is the whole earth going to rejoice? He's the God of the whole earth. Israel. I'll make you a wasteland. I will make you a wasteland, Mount Seir. You descendants of Esau. As you rejoiced over the inheritance of the house of Israel because it was desolate, so will I do it to you. So will I do to you. You will be desolate, a desolate waste, O Mount Seir, and all Edom, all of it. Then they will know without any doubt that I am Yahweh. Genesis 27, 29 through 40. First, go back to get you back the thought that he presented to you. And he put garrisons in Edom. Throughout all Edom put he garrisons. And we told you that was a puppet government that has no power. You just do what we tell you to do. Do what I tell you to do. But based on the word of righteousness. Even in judging you, we're still gonna be righteous. We're not gonna be dirty like you, but we are gonna be dirty as you were dirty to us. But we're gonna play by the rules of the Most High God, which is righteousness. And his righteousness to put you to death. You deserve it. And he put garrisons in Edom. For all Edom put he garrisons. And all they of Edom became David's servants. And Yahweh preserved David wheresoever he went. I change not. So for your sons of Jacob are not consumed. Genesis 27, 29 through 40. Let people serve you. And nations bow down to you. That's Isaiah chapters 60, verse 10 through 14. Be lords over your brethren. That's Joseph's dream. Let your mother's sons bow down to you. See those two different incidents are two different prophecies. Cursed be everyone that curses you. That means even among Jacob. And blessed be he that blesses you. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac, his father, that Esau, his brother, came in from his honey. He also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, let my father arise and eat his son's venison, that your soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, who are you? He said, I'm your son, your firstborn Esau. Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and he said, who? Where is he that has taken venison and brought it me? Now I've eaten all before you came. Now I've blessed him, and he shall be blessed. When Esau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me. I be hearing these devils mocking, because they were ignorant. They cursed themselves once again, because I ain't Esau. They be trying to mock me, something like crying babies. That's them. You got nothing to do with me. Once again, make themselves naked. And Esau heard the words of his father. He cried with a great exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. And he said, your brother came with subtlety. Let's take away your blessing. And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob? For he supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my blessing. And he said, has you not reserved a blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him your Lord. And all his brethren have I given to him for servants. With corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto you, my son? And Esau said to his father, has you but one blessing, my father? Bless me. Even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Isaac his father answered and said unto him, Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, of the dew of heaven from above. And by your sword shall you live. You shall serve your brother. See, it comes back to he being our garrison. But the Most High is still mocking him. He gave him a puppet government that Jacob's still running. King David. From the throne of David. I'm running from the house of Joseph. To fulfill all those dreams and visions and prophecies. I'm an American Israelite. From the house of Joseph. The tribe of Ephraim. Church of the firstborn. Most High's first son. And it shall come to pass when you shall have dominion that you shall break his yoke from off your neck. Numbers 24 and 18. Edom shall be a possession. Seir also shall be a possession for his enemies. Israel shall do valiantly. See, if I was Mount Seir, I would stop being a coward and seeing your children out there get slain by the word. Because apparently you don't understand it. You should probably just wait, sit back and listen. You do this every time. I mean, you ain't got no. You just bring the core prophecy about. Most High, he took the wisdom out of Edom. Valid is an adjective. Early 14th century, late 12th century, in surnames: brave, courageous, intemperate, in danger. Valiant, stalwart, brave, be worthy. Originally, be strong. Be strong, be well, be worth, have power, be able, be in health. To be strong. Let the weak say I'm strong. Manually is an adverb. With manly courage and resolution, valiantly. They even told you in the movie which way is up. Finally, when Richard Pryor went as far low as he can go, he said, hey, Mr. Man, by the way, last time you're going to see me, boy, you better shoot me in my ass right now. And then he was walking away, waiting to get shot in the ass. So he get shot in the ass, he sort of put a bit of that flow in. Because first before that, the line was that Mr. Man said, be a man, boy. Numbers 24 and 18. Edom shall be a possession. Possession is a noun. Mid-14th century, possession, act or fact of holding, occupying or owning. A taking possession, occupation, also things possessed. That which is a possessed material or landed property. In plural, goods, lands, or rights owned. Old French, possession, fact of having or holding. What is possessed? Also demonic possession. That's what you possess right now, though. We ain't gonna do that, though. Most High gonna wake you up from that possession and realize you are possession. The legal property sense is the earliest, the demonic sense in English, state of being under the control of evil spirits or madness. That's what you are right now. But Most High gonna wake you up to realize that you are under occupation now, under our own possession now, including everything that you stole, that the locust has stolen, and going to return it back 4 times what you stolen. And then you're gonna wake up to realize you in captivity by us. Possess is a verb. Late 14th century, possession, to hold, occupy, and inhabit, without regard to ownership. So you can't be talking about that. Oh, no, it don't belong to you no more. We took it back. You gave it back by necessity. The rest, we took it back. That you don't want to give up. A back formation from possession in the part of old French possessor, to have and hold, take, be in possession of. To have and hold in one's control, be master of, own, have power, powerful, able, to sit. According to Bucks, possidere was a legal term first used in connection with real estate. The meaning to hold as property. That of to seize, take possession of. Have complete power or mastery over. I'm only reading what God said. Numbers 24 and 18. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir also should be a possession of his enemies. Israel should do valiantly. Second Kings 3 and 9. So the king of Israel went, and the king of Judah, and the king of Edom. And they fetched a compass of 7 days' journey. And there was no water for the host and for the cattle that followed them. Psalm 68, and Moab is your watchpot. Over Edom will I cast out my shoe. Philistia triumph you because of me. And David reigned over all Israel. And David executed judgment and justice unto all his people. 2 Samuel 5 and 4. David was 30 years old when he began to reign. And he reigned 40 years. Till he was 70 years old. And David executed judgment and justice unto all his people. That's why the Constitution for the United States of America is only talking about Israelite, the true American. That's why Adam, when he first gave this law of the Constitution for the United States of America, called at Adam, he sent Cain away. He didn't support them nor provide sustenance to them. That's the type of the great Euphrates drying up in this time. That's why I said if you don't come up year to year to pay homage, to give in your tithes, to bring your tribute, you ain't gonna get no rain. And rain produces what? Life. You ain't gonna get nothing. That's why I said you're gonna come up all the time, continually, bringing in your wealth to us as tribute. Because you're a part of our inheritance. We own you. And that's fair. You can't complain. Look what you did to us. You was confederate in doing it too. Psalm 2 and 8. Ask of me, and I will surely give you the nations as your inheritance, the ends of the earth as your possession. That's what God says. You can't deny this. It's happening. It's already happened to happen. Everything he said gonna come to pass. And Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was over the host. And Jehoshaphat, son of Eliad, was recorder. 2 Samuel 20, 23 to 26. And now Joab was over all the hosts of Israel. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the chariots and over the pelethites. And Adoram was over the tribute. And Jehoshaphat, the son of Ahiliot, was recorder. And Sheba was scribe. And Zadok and Abiathar were priests. Ira also of Jerite. Ira also the Jerite was a chief ruler about David. Get some of this linen water. And Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were priests. Second Samuel 15 and 24, and lo, Zadok also, and all the Levites were with him, bearing the ark of the covenant of God. And they set down the ark of God, and Abiathar went up, and until all the people had done passing out of the city. 1 Kings 2 and 35, and the king put Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, in his room over the host. And Zadok, the priest, did the king put in the room of Abiathar. 1 Chronicles 6 and 8, and Ahitub begot Zadok, and Zadok begot Ahimaaz. 1 Chronicles 24 and 3, and David distributed them, both Zadok of the sons of Eleazar and Ahimelech of the sons of Ithamar, according to their offices in their service. And Sariel was the scribe. And Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over both the chariots and the pelethites. 1 Kings 22 and 25, and King Solomon sent by hand of Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, and he fell upon him that he died. First Kings 138, and so Zadok the priest, and Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and the chariots and the pelethites went down and caused Solomon to ride upon King David's mule, and brought him to Gihon. And David's sons were chief rulers, Hebrew priests, apparently in the case, civil ministers. Chief rulers, civil ministers. Not the civil rights like Joseph Jackson and them under the color of law. Not that. No, under the law of God. The true civil. Natural and unalienable rights. Amos 9, amplified. God's judgment unavoidable. I saw in a vision Yahweh standing at the altar, and he said, destroy the capitals, tops of the pillars, so that the threshold will shake. Break them on the heads of all the people. Then will I kill the rest of them with the sword. They will not have a fugitive who will get away, or a survivor who will escape. Though they dig into Sheol to hide in the deepest pit. Who is the sons of the pit? Japheth. Also called as Abaddon. It's spoken about in the book of Revelation. Coming up out of the pit. From there my hand will take them for judgment. Though they climb up to heaven to hide in the realm of light. From there will I bring them down for judgment. Who is that? Esau, Edom. Though they hide on the summit of Mount Carmel, I will track them down and take them from there. Though they hide from my sight on the floor of the sea, from there will I command the serpent, and it will bite them. And though they go into captivity before their enemies, from there will I command the sword to kill them. And I'll set my eyes against them for evil, judgment, punishment, and not for good. That is not for correction, leading to restoration. Yahweh, God of hosts, the omnipotent ruler, is he who touches the earth in judgment, and it melts. And all who dwell on it mourn in despair and fear. And all that rises up like the Nile. It subsides like the Nile of Egypt. It is he who builds up his upper chambers in the heavens. It establishes his vaulted dome, the firmament of heaven. Told you there's a dome over the sky, over the earth. He who calls the waters of the sea and pours them out on the face of the earth. Yahweh is his name. Are you the degenerate ones? That is the despised sons of Ethiopia to me. O sons of Israel, says Yahweh. He told you before, you was created a noble branch. How did you become a degenerate branch? Listen to Esau, says Yahweh. Have not I brought up Israel from the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from captive, the Armenians, Syrians from Ker? Behold, the eyes of Yahweh God are on the sinful northern kingdom of Israel, 10 tribes. That's before we woke up. I shall destroy it from the face of the earth. But I shall not totally destroy the house of Jacob. That's the entire nation of Israel, says Yahweh. Behold, I am commanding, and I shall shake and sift the house of Israel among all nations, and cause it to tremble. Like grain is shaken in a sieve, removing the chaff. Without a kernel of the faithful remnant shall fall to the ground and be lost from my sight. All sinners among my people will die by the sword. Those who say defiantly the disaster will not overtake or confront us. That's these gangsters. Among the gangsters, because all the nations of the earth is participating. The restoration of Israel. In that day shall I raise up and restore the fallen tabernacle booth of David, and wall up its breaches in the city wall. I also raise up and restore its ruins and rebuild it as it was in the days of old, that they may possess the remnant of Edom, ancient enemies, and all the nations that are called by my name, says Yahweh, who does this. Behold, the days are coming, says Yahweh, when the plowman shall overtake the one who gathers the harvest. The one who treads the grapes shall overtake him who sows the seed. For harvest continues until planting time. When the mountains will drip sweet wine. We dripping sweet wine right now. This is the truth. This tastes good for the elect. And all the hills shall melt. That is, everything that was once barren will overflow with streams of blessing. Also, I shall bring back the exiles of my people Israel, and they will rebuild the deserted and ruined cities and inhabit them. Who gonna do that? Esau, Edom, and the nations that the Most High allowed to live. That's their purpose. They will also plant vineyards and drink their wine, and make gardens and eat the fruit thereof. They eat their fruit. I will also plant them on their own land. They should never again be uprooted from their land, which I have given them, says Yahweh your God. Obadiah 1:21 amplified, and deliverers shall go up on Mount Zion to rule and judge Mount of Esau in their puppet government. And the kingdom and kinship is Yahweh's. It also has Zechariah 12:8 and 9, Malachi 1:2-5, Matthew 24:27-30, Luke 1:31-33, Acts 15:14-17. I ain't verified those. I'm just reading what was there. You can look into it yourself. See if it matches up with what's already been said. Isaiah 9:6-7. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulder. His name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom to order, to establish it with judgment and with justice from henceforth even forever, from now even unto forever. The kingdom is here. It's going to get better and better and better. All the promises are fulfilled. The zeal of Yahweh of hosts will perform this. Isaiah 60, amplified, a glorified Zion. Zion. Arise from spiritual depression to a new life. Shine, be radiant with glory and brilliance of Yahweh. For your light has come, and the glory and brilliance of Yahweh has risen upon you. For in fact, darkness will cover the earth, and deep darkness will cover the peoples. But Yahweh will rise up on you, Jerusalem, This glory and brilliance will be seen on you. What that mean? A light to us as a people. Nations will come to your light, and kings to the brightness of your rising. Lift up your eyes round about you and see. They all gather together. They come to you. Your sons will come from far away. Your daughters will be looked at their side. Then you will see and be radiant. Your heart will tremble with joy and rejoice, because the abundant wealth of the seas will be brought to you. The wealth of nations will come to you. A multitude of camels from the eastern trading tribes will cover you, Jerusalem. The young camels of Midian and Ephah, all those of Sheba who once came to trade, will come, bringing gold and frankincense, and proclaiming the praises of Yahweh. All the flocks of Tyre will be gathered to you. I hear some devils again. That's not what that means. What does that mean? Just like Sheba came to King Solomon or David, to get his wisdom. What did she bring? Gold, silver, frankincense, and then she praised his wisdom. That's what that means. That don't mean nobody gonna come over here giving us no wisdom or preaching to us. See, these devils is all waiting around trying to find a way to get some glory. You can't get none. You ain't got nothing coming. You got death coming. That's how you are. That's why you can't be trusted in the kingdom. You get an inch, you're gonna try to take over. That's why Most High ain't gonna let you be there. You show it all the time, you can't be trusted. That's why I say got to kill you, get rid of you, so his people will be saved. A devil gonna be a devil. And guess who exposed themselves again? These wicked Edomite devils. They can't help it, man. That's who they are. All the flocks of Kedar will be gathered to you as the eastern pastoral tribes join the trading tribes. The rams of Neobot will serve you. They'll go up with acceptance as sacrifices on my altar. What was that? Sacrifice, offering of peace. That's why they bring in the wealth. And everything else that we own, that they have in our possession. That's what the Most High said, command them in righteousness to give you what I tell you that's yours by right, that I already paid for with the price with my own life, my own blood. Everything belongs to me. He said we join heirs with his son who created all things, therefore all things belong to me. Bring my money. Stop playing. Either of you serious in your wickedness, you still got to bring my money. Bring my money. Fix my truck. It wasn't nothing wrong with it until you messed with it in your wickedness. My private automobile. And I will glorify the house of my honor and splendor. Who are these who fly like a cloud and like doves to their windows? The islands and the coastlands will confidently wait for me. Ships of Tarshish will come first to bring your sons from afar. Their silver and gold with them. See how these devils act? The word of God is methodically expressed to you the truth based on line upon line, precept on precept. They just sitting around waiting for a way to try to change it. That's them devils, man. That's why I got to kill them. I change not. The three sons of Jacob are not consumed, because if I did change, these devils will surely try to take advantage of it. That's why he called us he's our rock. I mean, he cannot be moved, nor can be changed. Solid foundation. No matter how much they lie and try to be deceptive in their puppet government, run by King David, run by me. Oh, there we go, another one. Cause you talking about you King David? No, I said the word of God is proven to you. I'm of the righteous bloodline of King David, ordered from the throne of David, from the house of Joseph. I'm from the tribe of Ephraim, and I'm a real American Israelite, the Jew. And I say a lie to you. The islands and the coastland will confidently wait for me. And the ships of Tarshish will come first to bring your sons from afar and their silver and gold with them. For the name of Yahweh, your God, the Holy One of Israel, because he has glorified you. Foreigners will build up your walls, and their kings will serve you. For in righteous wrath I struck you, but in my favor and grace I have had compassion on you. Your gates will be open continually. They should not be shut day or night, so the people may bring you the wealth of the nations, with their kings led in procession. For nation or kingdom which will not serve you, Jerusalem, shall perish. The nations that refuse to serve shall be utterly ruined. The glory of Lebanon will come to you, the cypress, the juniper, the cedar together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary. I will honor and make the place of my feet glorious. The sons of those who oppressed you will come bowing down to you in submission, and all those who despised you and treated you disrespectfully will bow down at the sole of your feet. And they will call you the city of Yahweh, Sion of the Holy One of Israel. Whereas you, Jerusalem, has been abandoned and hated, with no one passing through, I will make you an object of pride forever, a joy from generation to generation. You will suck the milk of the Gentile nations, and suck the breast abundance of kings. Then you will recognize and know that I, Yahweh, am your Savior, your kinsman redeemer, the mighty one of Jacob. Instead of bronze, I will bring gold. Instead of iron, I will bring silver. Instead of wood, bronze. Instead of stone, iron. Instead of stones, iron. Instead of tyranny of the present, I will appoint peace as your officers, and righteousness your rulers. Violence will not be heard again in your land, nor devastation or destruction within your borders. But you'll call your wall salvation, your gates praise to God. Lift up your head, all you gates, you everlasting doors. The King of glory shall come in. The sun will no longer be your light by day, nor shall the bright glow of the moon give light to you. But Yahweh will be an everlasting light for you. Your God will be your glory and splendor. Your sun will no longer set, nor will your moon wane. For Yahweh will be your everlasting light. The days of your mourning will be over. And all your people will be uncompromisingly, consistently righteous. They will possess the land forever, the branch of my planet, the work of my hands. That's why we work in the vineyard, creating this branch of his planet. A righteous branch. The work of my hands, that might be glorified. The smallest one will become 1,000 a clan, a tribe, a family, and at least one, a mighty nation. I, Yahweh, will quicken it in his appointed time, right now. For the first man, Adam, was a living soul. The second man, Messiah, was a quickening spirit, and he's quickening with his word right now. Luke 1:32-33 Amplified. He'll be a great and eminent and will be called the Son of the Most High. And Yahweh, the King and Redeemer. God will give him the throne of his father David. He'll reign over the house of Jacob, Israel, forever. In his kingdom there shall be no end. Article of Faith 1 in section 10. We believe that when we say we believe in, it's already written. It's already documented. It's already recorded. We believe in the literal gathering of Israel and the restoration of the 10 tribes. That Zion, the New Jerusalem, will be built upon the American continent. The Messiah will reign personally upon the earth. The earth will be renewed and receive its paradisical glory. Remember, it told you that although he had got fired and kicked out of heaven, he had to still have to give report to the Father. That's why they know this is going to happen. They already recorded it and they waiting on it to happen. It's happening right before their face. They know it. That's why they took off their crowns and gave it back to me. And I was staying alive. Jeremiah 33, MSG, meaning the Message version. Let's see what it says. Things you could never figure out on your own. While Jeremiah was still locked up in jail, a second message from God was given to him. This is God's message. The God who made earth, made it livable and lasting, known everywhere as God. Call to me and I'll answer you. I'll tell you marvelous and wonderful things that you could never figure out on your own. This is what God, the God of Israel, has to say about what's going on in this city. About the homes of both people, king and kings, that have been demolished. About the ravages of war and killing by the Chaldeans. By the streets littered by the dead bodies of those killed because of my raging anger. But all that happened because the evil actions in this city have turned my stomach in disgust. But now take another look. I'm going to give this city a thorough renovation, working a true healing inside and out. I'm going to show them life whole, life brimming with blessings. I'll restore everything that was lost to Judah and Jerusalem that the cankerworm stole. I'll restore everything that was lost to Judah and Jerusalem. I'll put everything back as good as new. I'll scrub them clean from the dirt they have done against me. I'll forgive everything they've done wrong. Forgive all their rebellions. And Jerusalem will be a center of joy and praise and glory for all the countries on earth. They'll get reports on all the good I'm doing for her. They'll be in awe of the blessings I'm pouring out on her. It's God's message. You're going to look at this place, these empty and desolate towns of Judah and streets of Jerusalem, and say a wasteland, unlivable. Not even a dog could live here. But the time is coming when you're going to hear laughter and celebration, marriage, festivals, people exclaiming, "Thank God of the angels' armies. He's so good. His love never quits." As they bring thank offerings unto God's temple. That's what you're bringing in, all the wealth. That's your peace offering. I'll restore everything that was lost in this land. I'll make everything as good as new. I, God, say so. God of the angel army says, that's another word for saying the Lord of hosts. This coming desolation, unfit for even a straight dog, is once again going to become a pasture for shepherds who care for their flocks. That's why I can order what towns I want to create to live in. And I told you to build in the riverside. Matter of fact, it's going to extend it from here to Riverside. But I want my actual dwelling in Riverside. But I can go everywhere because I'm sovereign. This coming desolation, a desolation unfit for even a dog, is once again going to become a pasture for shepherds who care for their flocks. You'll see flocks everywhere. In the mountains around about the towns of the Shephelah Negah, all over the territory of Benjamin, around Jerusalem and towns of Judah. Flocks under the care of shepherds who keep track of each sheep. God says so. A fresh and true shoot from David's tree, from the David tree. Watch for this. The time is coming, and it's now. Because he told us so. God's decree. When I will keep the promise I made to the families of Israel and Judah. When the time comes, I will make a fresh and true shoot from the David tree bloodline. He will run this country honestly and fairly. He will set things right. That's when Judah will be secure and Jerusalem live in safety. The motto for the city will be, God has set things right for us. God has made it clear that there will always be a descendant of David ruling the people of Israel. That there will always be a Levitical priest on the hand to offer burnt offerings and present grain and offerings and carry on a sacrificial worship in my honor. God's message to Jeremiah. God says, if my covenant with day and my covenant with night ever fell apart, so that day and night became haphazard, you never knew which was coming and when, then only then would my covenant with my servant David fall. A part of his descendants no longer rule. The same goes for Levitical priests who serve me. Just as you can't number the stars in the sky, nor measure the sands upon the seashore, neither will you be able to account for the descendants of David, my servant, and the Levites who serve me. God's message to Jeremiah. Have you heard the sayings that's making the rounds? The two families God chose, Israel and Judah, he disowned. That was a question. Have you noticed that my people are treated with contempt, with rumors afoot, that there's nothing to them anymore? That he just answers you, talking about now we're now with the Christians. No, we're not. I'm gonna keep it clean. And that was a question. Well, here's God's response. If my covenant with day and night wasn't in working order, if sky and earth weren't functioning the way I set them going, then, but only then, you might think I had disowned the descendants of Jacob. Descendant is a mid-15th century adjective extending downward. Century 1600 now, an individual proceeding from an ancestor of any degree. She come down. Descent dependent. Early 15th century, originally in law, action growing out of another action, as with its relative dependence. Ancestor. One from whom a person is descended. Century 1300 ancestor, ancestor, forebear, forefather, nephew, sister or brother, also grandson, a relative or a kinsman, grandson, descendant, sister, son, scion. Century 1300, she's letting you know scion is consistent once again of the natural bloodline of David, of Jacob. Century 1300, scion, a shoot or a twig, especially one for grafting. Scion, descendant, the meaning an heir, child, or descendant. Adamite. By 1630s, of men and women descendant of Adam, the biblical first man. Now then you know that was the first Israelite. Or at that time, says Israel stood in his loin, the first Yasharelite, the righteous man, before he fell. Now he's returned. Back in Eden. Called Michael, or can be called Michael through the name of fame, Shem, who could be called Michael. Relationship, connection, correspondence, act of telling or retelling in words. Relative. Well, here's God's response. If my covenant with day and night wasn't in working order, if sky and earth weren't functioning the way I set them going, then but only then you might think I had disowned the descendants of Jacob and of my servant David. See, I don't need no DNA test. This is my DNA test. How am I going to be able to know these things without me? I have to be connected to the bloodline, in which Yahweh comes through, in which the word of God comes through. That I would set up any of David's descendants over the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But as it is, I will give them back everything they've lost. And they give everything back to us through probate. By confession, to the truth. By obligation. It is already on record, according to faith, good faith. The last word is, I have mercy on them. And we get new mercy every day. Obadiah 1:21, and deliverers shall go up on Mount Zion to rule and judge the Mount of Esau. And the kingdom and the kingship is Yahweh's. I was going to read all of Obadiah 1-21, but that's overkill. You can read the rest of that for yourself. That's one of them stones that David had, but the smooth one already hit Goliath in the forehead. There's no need for overkill. You can read that for yourself. Don't change nothing. Saying the same thing again. Maybe what I'll do, I'll put it in the comment section, okay, so you can read it for yourself. Isaiah chapter 14, MSG on the Message. See how it reads. Now you are nothing, but not so with Jacob. God will have compassion on Jacob. Once again, he'll choose Israel. He'll establish them in their own country. Outsiders will be extracted. So like outsiders will be attracted and throw their lots in with Jacob. Nations among whom they live will actually escort them back home. That's why I had to tell you by necessity. But even that is still devil, so I had to refine what they told, and I'm going to use that what was confessions. According to the Most High's promise and word to us. The nations among whom they live will actually escort them back home. And then Israel will pay them back by making slaves of them. Men and women alike. Men and women alike. Possessing them as slaves in God's country. Capturing those who had captured them. Ruling over those who had abused them. Then God has given you time to recover. When God has given you time to recover from the abuse and trouble of the harsh servitude that you have to endure, you can amuse yourselves by taking up this satire. Satires are now. Since you finished a literal work originally in verse intended to ridicule. That's why that's why I have a spirit of sarcasm. But yet I do it in the truth. Intended to ridicule prevailing vice or folly by scornful and contemptuous expression. Satire, poetic melody, mixed dish, various kinds of fruit. I told you that time when they was asking for an offering at their church, I was about to bring some fruit. First, I was gonna take a bite off it and then put it in their offering. I was there to go do that, man, but I decided not to do it. You know me, I'll do something like that, and then look around and see how you react. Dish filled with various kinds of fruit, literally full dish from film or sutter sated to satisfy. The word acquired is literally literary sense. And I ain't worried about you being wicked. So don't have your little kids dropping on at my door unless it's some money. With a fruit bitten off, because I just heard one of the little devils running past my door like they stopped and left something. I can do that to you. You can't do that to me. You're the devil. With a bunch of little devils. Let me open the door and see what the little bastards did something like that, because I heard one stop. Because I ain't taking no food leaving my door. You already showed me what you capable of. In modern general use, a denouncing or deriding speech or writing full of sarcasm, ridicule, irony, etc., all of which can express satire. The broader meaning, fact of circumstances that make someone or something look ridiculous. This is the most hard saying this, though. It's by 1690s. It says satire is a noun, an obsolete kind of literary composition. It ain't obsolete no more. The Most I brought it back on you. In which the vices and follies of the author's enemies were expounded with imperfect tenderness. In this country, satire never had more than a sickly and uncertain existence for the soul of its wit, wherein we are dolefully deficient. The humor that we mistake for it, like all humor, being tolerant and sympathetic. Moreover, although Americans are endowed by their creator, American Israelites, with abundant vice and folly, it's not generally known that these are reprehensible qualities. Wherefore the satire is properly regarded as a sour-spirited knave. No, the Most High, this ain't got to do with us. Stop being sour. It's all about we gonna expose yourself and we clowning you with his permission. Matter of fact, his commandment. And his very victims' outcry for confident evokes a national ascension. Ambrose Bierce's Devil Dictionary. Devil's Dictionary? 1911. Proper satire is distinguished by the general and the reflection of a lampoon which is aimed against a particular person, but they are too frequently confounded. Johnson. In whatever department of the expression of man, they say human, whether there is objective truth, there's a satire. Wyndham Lewis, Ruled Assignment, 1950. When God, this is a verse 3, Isaiah 14:3, on down. When God is giving you time to recover from the abuse and trouble and harsh servitude that you have to endure, you can amuse yourself by taking up this satire, a taunt against the king of Babylon. A satire and now a taunt. A taunt is an action word, it's a verb. 1510s, taunt, make a smart reply. Answer someone with a mocking rejoinder. 1550s, reproach in a sarcastic way. Man, that's once again, that's showing you who I am. And I say a lie to you. I ain't even read this myself, but I've been showing you. And you've been getting mad too. Only thing is you've been doing what you have the right to do. And that's what now they give me right to retaliate against you. And I ain't forgot what Amalek did to me. You won't forget either soon. That was also such sarcastic a taunt I was just telling you right there. I'm just trying to tell you I'm natural at that. I'm a born natural. Time's a verb. 1510s, taunt, make a smart reply, answer someone with a mocking rejoinder. 1550s, reproach in a sarcastic way. Taunter, tempter, to tempt, try, provoke. Variant of tempter, to try, see, tempt. See, it says your time now. We ain't going back into captivity. You are. Come on, Esau, Edom, and the rest of the nations are confederate against. Are from the French taunt, pour, taunt, so much for so much, tit for tat. You can rock with this, or you can rock with that. On the notion of a sarcastic rejoinder, considered by OED 1989 the most likely suggestion, thus from Old French taunt as much. From Latin tantus from tam, so from which see tandem. Compare Middle English of taunt in quant adverb in the way in any way. From French ne taunt ne quant. Related taunted, taunter, taunting. To taunt is to press upon a person certain fact or accusations of a reproacher character unsparingly or unsparingly for the purpose of annoying or shaming. Most High said, you're going to be ashamed. He told us to taunt you about it. And glorying in the effect of the insulting words. That's to taunt one with his failure. Essentially, dictionary. Taunt, jeer, a scoff, a taunt. Jibe, a taunt. Alternate spelling of gib. Frump is a noun, cross, unstylish person, especially a woman or a girl. More group of related words of uncertain origin. Mocking speech. A sneer or a snort. To mock, flock, taunt. Flump, frumps, ill humor. Tempered, tempered, it's like a tempered and compare frumpy. Sarcasm is a noun. 1570, sarcasmus, a biting taunt or a gib. A satirical remark or expression. From late Latin sarcasmus, a sneer, jest, taunt, mockery. Speak bitterly, sneer, literally. To strip off the flesh, like dogs. Flesh, probably piece of meat. Sarcastic language, sarcasm meaning or purpose. Also say humor. The essential thing about sarcasm is that it's cutting edge. It therefore intensely consecrated line in a sentence or a phrase. Not telling a lie, but the sarcasm in the sentence of the phrase you use. The way you use your words. Intelligently, but you still be using sarcasm. It is used to scourge the follies or foibles of vices of men, but has little of reformity purpose. Satire is far more elaborate than sarcasm. It's not necessarily bitter. It has presumably some aim at the reformation of that which is satire, satirized. Century Dictionary. Revile is a verb. Debase, degrade, insult, taunt, vilify, assail with abusive language. Consider vile, despise, scorn. Here, perhaps in the trenches of reflect, what kind of words is abusive language? I want to know what that is. Make vile or cheap. Disesteem from vile, shameful, dishonorable, lowborn, cheap, ugly, hideous. Vile or reviling, jibe, a gibe, a taunt. Speak sneeringly. To handle roughly. Or an alteration of Gaber to mock. Man, y'all gonna have hell on earth, man. I'm trying to tell you. And this imagine how you treated us. You're gonna get double that. Most High promised you. He don't break his promises. You should have never touched us. You definitely should never touch me. Scout is a verb too. To reject with scorn. 17 earlier, to mock, ridicule, treat with disdain and contempt. They say don't ever bite the hand that feeds you. And I'm the hand. You done messed up. Hey, you, Esau, rush it up. You know you messed up, didn't you? Yeah, you messed up. See, I'm keeping it clean. That's my intent, to keep it clean. Which, according to the Watkins, is from Proto-Germanic to shoot, chase, throw, source of shout, a wretched, rascal, rogue, male or female. Isaiah 14:3. When God has given you time to recover from the abuse and trouble and harsh servitude, slavery, that you have to endure, you can amuse yourselves by taking up this satire, a taunt against the king of Babylon. Can you believe it? The tyrant is gone. The tyranny is over. God has broken the rule of the wicked. The power of the bully rulers. Who are the bullies? The Degadacha, the fallen bullies, the demons, the devils. The power of the bully rulers that crushed many people. A relentless reign of cruel outrage established a violent rule of anger, rife with torture and persecution. And now it's over. The whole earth quietly at rest. Bursting the song, make the rafters ring. Ponderosa pine trees are happy. Ponderosa pine trees are happy. Giant Lebanon cedars are relieved, saying, since you've been cut down, there's no one around to cut us down. And the underworld dead are all excited, preparing to welcome you when you come. Getting ready to greet you are the ghostly dead. See? He said, you ain't gonna never get used to this. You going to a real hell. On heaven and in earth. And actually in hell too. There's no way for you to escape. Because hell is your earth. You ain't gonna never get used to it. All the famous names of earth, all the buried kings of the nations will stand up in their thrones with well-prepared speeches. Royal initiative to death. Or invitation to death. Royal invitations to death. That's why I told you, do not touch us. Or you're going to end up like the Nazis dead in Nuremberg, paraphrase. Now you're as nothing as we are. Make yourselves at home with us dead folks. That's the time. This is where your pomp and fine music led you, Babylon, to your underworld private chambers. A king-size mattress of maggots for repose. This God mocking you. And a quilt of crawling worms for warmth. What a come down, this old Babylon. Day star, son of dawn. That's Lucifer. That's you. Flat on your face in the underworld mud. You famous for flattening nations. You said to yourself, I'll climb to heaven. Now you know you're talking about Esau Edom. And Jasher, who became one, according to the book of Jasher, chapter 90, verse 1 through 11. God's enemies. I'll set my throne over the stars of God. That's what you said. I'll run the assembly of angels that meets on sacred Mount Zaphon. I'll climb to the top of the clouds. I'll take over as king of the universe. That's what you said. But you didn't make it, did you? This most high like you clowned. The Father clowned. Instead of climbing up, you came down. Down with the underground dead. Down to the abyss of the pit, you son of the pit. You son of a pit. See, I kept it clean. People will stare and muse. Can this be the one who terrorized earth and its kingdoms? Otherwise, another expression said, is this the man? Talking Esau Edom? The European, the Edomite? Can this be the one who terrorized earth and its kingdoms? Turned earth to a moonscape? Wasted its cities? Shut up his prisoners to a living death? Other kings get a decent burial, honored with eulogies and placed in a tomb. But Joe dumped in a ditch, unburied like a, he said, but you're dumped in a ditch, unburied like a stray dog or a cat, covered with rotten bodies, murdered and indigent corpses. Your dead bodies desecrated, mutilated. No state funeral for you. You left your land in ruins. That's a legacy of massacre. The progeny of your evil life will never be named oblivion. Get a place ready to slaughter the sons of the wicked and wipe out their father's line. Unthinkably that they should own a square foot of land. Unthinkable that they should own a square foot of land or desecrate the face of the world with their cities. He's talking about Esau Edom. This is the mockery according to what he promised you in Ezekiel chapter 35. I will confront them. The decree of God of the angel armies, and strip Babylon of name and survivor, children and grandchildren. God's decree. I'll make it a worthless swamp and give it as a prize to the hedgehog. And then I'll bulldoze it out of existence. Decree of God of the angel armies. Who could ever cancel such plans? God of the angel army speaks exactly as I planned it would happen, following my blueprints. It will take shape. I will shatter the Assyrian who trespasses my land. and stomp him into the dirt on my mountain. I will ban his taking and making of slaves, and lift up the weight of oppression from from our shoulders. Then his plan for the whole earth. This is the hand that I will do it. Reaches to every nation, God of angel of armies has planted. Who could ever cancel such plans? His is the hand that reached out. Who could brush it aside? In the year King Ahaz died, this message came. Hold it, Philistines. It's too soon to celebrate. To the feet of your cruel oppressor, the death throes of that snake, a worse snake will come. And from that, one even worse, the poor won't have to worry. The needy will escape the terror, but you Philistines will be plunged into famine. And those who don't starve, God will kill. Well and how, proud city, fall prostrate in fear, O Philistia. On north horizon, smoke from burned cities. The wake of burial, disciplined, destroyer. What does one say to outsiders who ask questions? Tell them, God has established Zion. Those in need and trouble find refuge in her. Established, but it's ED, that means it's happened. So. But establish is a verb. Late 14th century from Old French, establish. Present particle stem of establir, cause to stand still, establish. Stipulate, set up, erect, build, make stable. Stable is adjective, mid-12th century, trustworthy, reliable, constant, steadfast, very virtuous. Stable, stable, constant, steadfast, unchanging. Steadfast, stable, fixed, figuratively durable, unwavering, etymologically able to stand. Suffix from firm root of to stand, make, or be firm. It is attested from 1300 as firm, fixed, well-founded, well-established, secure, of government, etc. The physical sense of secure against falling, recorded from late 14th century as it meaning even temperament of nuclear isotopes. Establishment, settled arrangement. Also income, property, meaning established church is from 1731 sense of place of business, meaning social. Found, lay the basis of, establish. Found, established, set, place, fashion, make, lay the bottom or foundation of something. Institute, early 14th century, establish an office, appoint. To set up, put in place, arrange, found, establish, appoint, designate, govern, administer, teach. Restore. Well, first locate, 1650. Intransitive, establish oneself in a place, settle, adopt a fixed residence, or in this case, dwelling. To fix. In place, settle, establish, restore. Since 1300, restoring, to give back, also to build up again, repair, renew, reestablish, free from effects of sin. Bring this is from back again. Confirm. To ratify, sanction, and make valid by a legal act. Strengthen, establish, consolidate. Affirmed by a proof or evidence. Anoint a king. sustain, late 13th century, sustaining, transitive, provide the necessities of life too. Early 14th century, as give support to an effort or cause. Also in a physical sense, keep from falling or sinking, hold up upright. Name, word by which a person, a thing is denoted. Old English, nama, noma, name, reputation. Then it says mane, growth of long hair on the back of the neck and shoulders. Characteristics of the horse, lion, and some other animals. Mane of horse, etc. That's what Most High said. That's why his Nazarites' hair grow longer. Or that's why he said that the long hair of the Nazarites was a sign of righteousness to him. But also Esau had long hair, but so just got long hair, that don't qualify you because of long hair. They're wicked. They got long hair. Just like a lot of Jacob are wicked. They got long hair. It's about your actions too, your character. What your actions denote for you. Is it righteousness or is it wickedness? Isaiah chapter 9, 1 through 7. A child has been born for us, but there will be no darkness for those who were in trouble. Say no darkness for you righteous in Jacob, because ain't no Jacob trouble coming for her. Early did bring the lands of Zebulun and Naphtali into disrepute, but the time is coming when he'll make the whole area glorious. The road along the sea, the country past the Jordan, international Galilee. They rhyme too. That's what they told you. By necessity. We're whole, sovereign, in the international jurisdiction of the sea. The people who walked in darkness have seen a great light. For those who lived in a land of deep shadows, light, sunbursts of light. You repopulated the nation. You expanded its joy. Oh, they are so glad in your presence, festival joy. The joy of a great celebration. Sharing rich gifts and warm greetings. The abuse of oppressors and cruelty of tyrants. All their whips and clubs and curses is gone. He's told you curses is gone. Done away with. A deliverance as surprising and sudden as Gideon's old victory over Midian. The boots of all those invading troops, along with their shirts soaked with innocent blood, will be piled in a heap and burn a fire that will burn for days. For a child has been born for us, the gift of a son for us. He'll take over the running of the world. His name will be Amazing Counselor, Strong God, Eternal Father, Prince of Wholeness. His ruling authority will grow. There'll be no limits to the wholeness he brings. He'll rule from the historic David throne over that promised kingdom. He'll put that kingdom on a firm footing and keep it going with fair dealing and right living. beginning now and lasting always. The zeal of God of the angels of armies will do this. I'm always going to read Obadiah now. I'm going to read both versions. See what they say. This is Amplified and a New American Standard Bible. I'm going to read the New American Standard Bible first, then I'm going to go read the Amplified. Edom will be humbled. The vision of Obadiah. This is what Yahweh God says concerning Edom. We have heard a report from Yahweh, and a messenger has been sent among the nations, saying, "Arise, let us go up against her for battle. Behold, I will make you small among the nations. You are greatly despised. The arrogance of your heart has deceived you. The one who lives in the clefts of the rock, on the height of his dwelling place, who says in his heart, who will bring me down to earth? Do you make your home high like the eagle? Though you set your nest among the stars, from there I will bring you down, declares Yahweh. If thieves come to you, if robbers by night, or how you will be ruined. Will they not steal only until they had enough? If grape pickers came to you, will they not leave some gleanings? Or how Esau will be searched, and his hidden treasures searched out. All the people allied with you will send you to the border. The people at peace with you will deceive you and overpower you. They who eat your bread will set an ambush for you. There is no understanding in him. Will I not at that day, declares Yahweh, eliminate wise men from Edom and understanding from the mountain of Esau? Then your warriors will be filled with terror, teeming, and so that everyone will be eliminated from the mountains of Esau by murder. Because of violence to your brother Jacob, shame will cover you. And you'll be eliminated forever. On the day that you stood aloof, on the day strangers carried off his wealth, and foreigners entered to his gate and cast lots for Jerusalem. You too were as one of them. Do not gloat over your brother's day of his misfortune. And do not rejoice over the sons of Judah on the day of their destruction. Yes, do not boast on the day of their distress. Do not enter into the gate of my people on the day of their disaster. You indeed do not gloat over their catastrophe on the day of their disaster, and do not lay a hand on their wealth on the day of their disaster. Do not stand at the crossroads to eliminate their survivors, and do not hand over their refugees on the day of their distress, the day of Yahweh and the future. That's now. For the day of Yahweh is near for all the nations. See, he said it in such a way as you shouldn't have done that, but he still said today, don't do that. You ain't got power now. For the day of Yahweh is near for all the nations. Just as you have done it, it will be done to you. Your dealings will return on your own head. For just as you have drank on my holy mountain, all the nations will drink continually. They will drink to the last drop. Because as if they had never existed, and become as though they had never existed. But on Mount Zion there will be those who escape. It will be holy. And the house of Jacob will possess their property. Then the house of Jacob will be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame. But the house of Esau will be like stubble. And they will set them on fire and consume them. So there will be no survivor of the house of Esau. For Yahweh has spoken. Then those of the Gab will possess the mountains of Esau. And those of Shephelah, remember he was reading down the names of David's people. And those of Shephelah and the Philistine plain. And also they will possess the territory of Ephraim, the territory of Samaria, the real people that are supposed to be there. The true Israelites, not the $5 verse. And Benjamin, the territory of Gilead. The exiles of this army of the sons of Israel who are among the Canaanites, as far as Zarephath, and the exiles of Jerusalem who are in the Shephereth, will possess the cities of Negab. The deliverers will ascend Mount Sion to judge the mount of the puppet kingdom Esau. And the kingdom will be Yahweh's. It is Yahweh's. Called Adorned. Obadiah amplified, Edoms will be humbled. The vision of Obadiah, this says Yahweh God concerning Edom. We have heard a report from Yahweh, and an ambassador has been sent among the nations, saying, Arise, and let us get up against Edom for battle with Yahweh as commander. Behold, Edom, I shall humiliate you and make you small among the nations. You are greatly despised. The pride and arrogance of your heart have received you. You who live in the clefts of the lofty security of the rock Selah, whose dwelling place is high, who says boastfully in your heart, who will bring me down to earth? Though you build your nest on high like the eagle, though you set your nest among the stars, I will bring you down from there, says Yahweh. If thieves came to you, if robbers by night, how you will be ruined. Would they not steal only till they had enough? If grape gatherers came to you, would they not leave some grapes for gleaning? How Esau, Edom, shall be ransacked by men who came to ravage with divine approval. How this hidden treasure shall be searched out. How his hidden treasures shall be searched out. All the men allied with you shall send you on your way to the border. The men who were at peace with you shall deceive you and overpower you. Those who eat your bread, those you trust, shall set a hostile ambush for you. There's no understanding of it. Will I not in that day, says Yahweh, destroy the wise men from Edom, removing all wisdom and understanding from the mountain of Esau? And your mighty men shall be dismayed and demoralized, O Teman. Said everyone from the mountain of well, he did like I'm able to use satire. I have this one thumbtack. We have this sergeant from Offering the General, you know, old man. Well, I got it from one of my old friends. I got it. That's why I went to go download it. And it says, I don't hear no zipper. So why's your mouth open? And your mighty men shall be dismayed and demoralized, O Teman. That everyone from Mount of Esau may be cut off and slaughtered. Edom denounced. Because the violence you did against your brother Jacob, shame should cover you completely. You should be cut off forever. On the day that Jerusalem was destroyed, you should be offended at that because you don't want to promote LGBT. I don't promote that bull. On the day that Jerusalem was destroyed, you stood aloof from your brother Jacob. On the day that strangers took his forces captive and carried off his wealth, and foreigners entered his gates, cast lots for Jerusalem, dividing the city for plunder. You too were like one of them, collaborating with the enemy. Now you didn't, oh God. You and Japheth. Y'all, because y'all one kingdom to this day called the Romans, Esau and Japheth. Mixed in with a little bit of Nimrod. Do not gaze and gloat in triumph over your brother's day, the day when his misfortune came. Do not rejoice over the sons of Judah in the day of their destruction. Do not speak arrogantly, jeering and maliciously mocking in the day of their distress. Do not enter into the gate of my people in the day of their disaster. Yes, do not look with delight on their misery, the day of their ruin. And do not loot the treasures in the day of their ruin. See, that was the commandments you were supposed to keep, but you broke the commandments. Therefore, you as enemy. Do not stand at the crossroad to cut down those of Judah who escaped. And do not hand over to the enemy those of Judah who survive in the day of their distress. The day of Yahweh in the future. For the judgment day of Yahweh draws near on all the nations. As you have done, it shall be done unto you in retribution. Your evil dealing will return on your own head. Because just as you eat them, drink on my holy mountain, desecrating it in the revelry of destroyers, so shall all the nations drink continually one by one of my wrath. Yes, they shall drink and swallow in the full measure of punishment, become as though they had never existed. But on Mount Zion in Jerusalem there shall be deliverance for those who escape. It shall be holy, no pagan will defile it. The house of Jacob shall possess their former possessions. Then the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and executing God's wrath. But the house of Esau shall be like a stubble. Jacob shall set them on fire and consume them, the Edomites. So there shall be no survivor of the house of Esau. For Yahweh has spoken. Then those of Negab shall possess the mountain of Esau, and those of Shephelah shall possess the Philistine plain. Also they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, the fields of Samaria. And Benjamin will possess Gilead across the Jordan River. The exiles of this host of the sons, descendants of Israel, who are among the Canaanites as far as Zarephath, and the exiles of Jerusalem who are in the Sephard shall possess the cities of Negab. The deliverer shall go up on Mount Zion to rule and judge the mountain of Esau. And the kingdom and the kingship is Yahweh's as I'm speaking. All praises to Anoki say. Meaning in the authority, meaning in the name of Yahweh.